Hi everyone, welcome back to our YouTube channel Zero Analyst. This is the project 5 of our 10 SQL project series. This is one of the most advanced project that I have ever published on my YouTube channel. In this project, we have 9 tables based on the Amazon ecosystem, and we're going to analyze large data set of 9 tables, which is going to be 21,000 plus data set of sales, and we're going to analyze 700 plus customers, 700 plus products, returns, payments, shipping and inventory, so many other tables in this project. We will analyze the performance of sellers, we will analyze this customers performance, we will analyze this product performance, we're going to analyze the inventory management to see if the product is going below stock level, and we're going to analyze the customers history performance, like which customers are returning most of the product, which customers are not returning. In this advanced project, you're going to use each and every SQL concept that you have learned ever, and you will be applying all those concepts, like starting from group by, join, where conditions. You will be joining 5 to 6 tables to solve one problems, and you will be writing codes which is more than 100 lines to solve one problems. You will be using all the window functions like lead, leg, dense rank, rank. You're also going to use subqueries, you're going to use CTs. At the end, you're going to use a store procedures to write really complex functions. So let's start with the dataset. And in this project, I'm going to use pgadmin tool, which is the Postgres SQL management tool. Now, if you do not know how to set up Postgres SQL and pgadmin 4 tools in your computer, you can check my instructions video from the video descriptions. So without further delay, let's start. So here I have all the data set. Now we have products table. Let's first see the product table. So here you can see we have the product information. So we have product ID, we have product name, and we have price, we have COGS, and we have category ID. So if you see, we have total 766 product in this table. So let's see our second table, which is going to be category table. So let's see the category table. In the category table, we have category ID and we have category name. Okay, now let's see the third table. So that's going to be our seller table. Let's see the seller table. So in the seller table, since we have seller ID, we have the seller name, we have the country from where the seller is selling the product. Okay, so this is the seller table informations, and let's see how many sellers we have. So we have to tell 55 sellers and their informations. Now let's see our next table. So that's going to be our customers table, which has the customer informations like customer name, last name, and their state. Okay, so let's go ahead and make it 200 to see all the customer details. So you can see we have customers ID, customer first name, last name, state. So if you see, we have total 899 customers, which is going to be total 900 customers. And let's see the order item details. So the order item has information about the orders item. Let's say which product they have bought, how many quantity they have bought. Okay, so that's the order item table. So if you see in the order item table, we have order item ID. So let's see order item ID, we have order ID. Okay, so this is, so we have order item ID, we have order ID, we have product ID, quantity, and the price at what they have purchased the product. So order table has informations like which customer bought the product, which date they have purchased it, and their order ID and their order status. Okay, we have order ID, order date, customer's ID, seller ID, and the status. Okay, all these informations we have in this orders table. Let's see our next table, which is going to be shipping table. So in the shipping table, we have more information about shipping information. So once the order is confirmed, so they are being shipped, right? So once the order is confirmed, they are being shipped. So it has their shipping information. So let's make it 200 to see it more. We have shipping ID, we have order ID, we have shipping date. So here you can see we have shipping date, we have return date if the product is being returned. So we have return date, and we have shipping providers, we have shipping status. So in the shipping status also we have different status. So this is the shipping table. Now we have payment table, which captured the payment informations like if the payment is done or payment is cancelled or payment is failed. So all those informations. And here we have payment ID, order ID. For each order ID, we have a payment status, we have the payment date, and this transaction status, like it's a fail or confirm. Okay, so this is the payment table. Let's see now inventory table. So in the inventory table, since we have the inventory informations like the quantity stock left, and so all these informations we have in this inventory table. So inventory ID, product ID, stock, warehouse ID, and last stock date. Okay, so all these informations we have. Now first we will set up a database. We will create all those tables based on the relationship, and then we will import this data set, and then we're going to solve 20 plus business problems. Let's go ahead and launch this tool so that we will start creating our database first, and then we will start creating one by one table. Now you can see my application is launched, and you can see I'm using pgadmin 4 tool, which is a Postgres SQL management tool. And first let's start with creating a database. So I'm just going to click on this extend icon, and by default I have this dummy database which is Postgres, and I'm just going to right click on it, click on create a new database. Okay, so here I'm going to name it called Amazon. Okay, Amazon DB. Okay, now I would just keep everything by default, the users as Postgres and everything else same. So click on save. Now you can see this Amazon database has created. If you don't see it, right click and you will refresh it, you will see the database. Now you just need to click on the database, click on this query tool, and once you click on the query tool, it's going to launch the query tool where we will write our query. Okay, so let's start with the comment. It's going to say Amazon project advanced SQL. Okay, now you can give any name. So this is the name I'm going to give it. Now let's first understand how the database works. Okay, for that we will first go to Amazon website and try to explore how Amazon works. Okay, now if you go to Amazon website, you can see we have different products. Okay, let's say if I buy this product. Okay, so that means this product information is coming from a product table, right? So Amazon must have a product table which has a product information like price, the seller informations, and this the quantity. Okay, is each and everything. So quantity is coming from the inventory table. If I purchase this product, so there would be an order table. In that order table, this product is going to be added. Okay, same way there would be a return table. That same way there would be shipping table. As soon as the product is being shipped, so the shipping information is going to be added. Same way Amazon must have captured my details and they have maintained in their customers table. When I do the payment, if my payment is successful, they add the payment informations in the payment table. Now let's see the database that I have designed based on Amazon, and based on that the entire project is dependent. So here you can see I have set up Amazon database. Now I have the customers table, which is one of the parent table. So this customer table has customer ID, customer name, last name, state, and address. Okay, so these are the information this customer table has. This is one of the parent table. Second parent table I have, which is the category table. So that has a category ID and the category name. Then I have one more parent table that has a seller ID and the seller name. And other than that, I have these are the other child table. Okay, so let's see. So here this product table is one of the child table, because this product table has product ID, product name, price, cost, like the details about the product, but it has a parent ID which is category, because it depends on this category table. Same way we have order table, which is the order ID, order date, customer's ID, order status, product ID, and the seller ID. So this is our main fact table which has information about most of all the tables. So then we have order item table. So for each order ID there could be multiple items, right? When you buy something from Amazon, there is a possibility that you are buying 2 or 3 products. Now each product maybe you are buying 2 quantity, 3 quantity. So those product informations would be here. Okay, in this order item table you will have more informations about the item, like for each product. Okay, so as soon as somebody purchase something, so they will make a payment, right? So that is going to capture in the payment table. So we have payment ID, payment date, payment mode, status, and the order ID. Next what we have is the shipping table. So shipping table has the order informations like order ID, shipping status, shipping date, and the return date. Okay, so all these informations we have. And lastly we have the inventory table. So that has the inventory informations like inventory ID, product ID, and the remaining stock, warehouse ID, and this restock date. Okay, what is the recent stock date? Now this is the entire database. You can see based on this we will design our database, and then we will import the dataset, we will do the data cleaning, and once our everything is ready, then we are going to start solving the business problems. Now these are the 22 business problems that we are going to solve. Now this business problems will need advanced SQL. So you will, if you do not know, you are going to learn each and every concept in this video. So stay tuned, and you will learn each and everything from subqueries, from CTE, from window functions, from store procedures. Now this is a super advanced project where you will apply all your learnings, whatever you know in SQL, you will be applying all your learnings. And even if you do not know something, you're going to learn each and everything in this project. So the question number 1 says top selling products. We need to find out top 10 selling product based on the total sale. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Second product says the revenue by category. So we need to find out each category and what is the total revenue we have. Third, we have average order value. So what is the average order value we need to find? So initial few questions, it's the simple easy question to understand data set. Then we have monthly sales trend. So we need to find out monthly first month sale and the last month sale based on window functions called lag and lead, which we are going to use on the question number 4. Then we have customer with no purchases. So we can use this using subquery, or we can use a left join to solve this problem. Then we have best selling categories by states. So in each state, what is the category that is selling the highest good? So for this, we will be using window functions group by. And then we have customers lifetime value. So what is the total purchase by the customers? So then question number 8 says inventory stock alert. So if there is any product that is going less than 10 unit, so we will see how to query those products so that we can restock those product. Okay, then we have shipping delay questions. So where we will identify if this order date and the shipping date there's a difference more than 7 days. Okay, so to solve this problem, so we will identify those orders where the shipping delay is more than 7 days. Okay, so that business can work on it to solve that problem. Then we have payment success rate. We will see the total success payment and total failed payment, and we will find out the total ratio. Okay, then we have top performing sellers. So we will see each sellers and how their performance going on, how many sales they have done, and we will query top 5 sellers based on the highest revenue. Then we will see the product margin. So we will see each product and what is the percentage of profit we have. So we will see that here using window functions rank here. And then we have most return products. So any product that is being returned most of the time, so that is what we will solve it here. And we have order pending shipment. So order pending shipment, we will see if any order that is done and payment is done but that is not at shipped yet. So we will query those product here. We will see how to query those type of product. Then we have inactive sellers. So any sellers which is not selling any product from last 6 months, so we will query that here. And then we will see question number 16, which is identify the customers and categorize them into returning or new. So categorize them as a returning. If they have not done that much a return, then categorize them as a new. So we will see how to categorize customers into different categories based on their return patterns. And then we will see cross-selling opportunity. So if any customers that bought maybe AirPods are they buying iPhone, then we will see cross-selling opportunity, which is going to be the question number 17. And then we will see question number 18, which is going to be top 5 customers by orders in each state. So we will find out the top 5 customers from each state. So maybe we will see from each state which are the customers that are buying most of the product. And then we will see the revenue by shipping providers. So in each shipping provider, what is the maximum revenue we are generating, which is the shipping provider having like the maximum revenue. And then we will see 20th question, that's going to be top 10 product with the highest decreasing revenue ratio compared to the last year's. Finally, we will do a store procedures project where we will create a function that is going to automatically update the inventory table as soon as a sale is inserted. So the inventory table is going to be updated automatically, and that is how we will end this project. So now let's start with creating the table. Now I would like to let you know this project is going to be little long, so make sure to split into few days so that you can complete this project in few days, maybe 2 to 3 days. So now let's start with creating the table. So we will first go ahead and open a query tool, which you can see I have opened a query tool here. So now let's start with creating our first table. So let's first go to our data set and let's see the first table that we will be creating. So here we will first create the table for the parent table which has no dependency. So for that we can go to our ERD, which is schema, and from here we can see the parent table. Okay, so the parent table that you can see, which has the category table. So this has only 2 columns, so that's called category ID and the category name. So this table doesn't depend on any other table. If you see the product table, that depends on so many tables. So we will create the table for the parent table, right? So first table is going to be the category table. So let's first create the category table. So I will first write out category table. Let's see the data set of category table. So for that I would just open the category table. So in the category table I only have 2 columns, which is called category ID and the category name. So let's first go ahead and say create table, and I'm just going to name it called category, and I would add 2 columns. So I have copied the column from the Excel file, so I'm just going to add 2 columns by distinguishing comma between them. And the important part here is that we need to check the data types. So if you see the data types, this seems we have int, and this seems we have varchar. So we will go ahead and use here int, and I would say it's a primary key. So I would ensure that no one can insert it null values. Okay, so this is the mandatory columns because this is a uniquely identifier. Okay, now this is a varchar, so we would check the maximum length. So for that we can just use a max length, and we can select this column. So this is going to give us the maximum character that we have in this column. So that is 17, but I'm just going to define it as maybe 20. Okay, so I would say varchar 20. Okay, now you can make it maybe 25, that is still going to be fine. Okay, so this is our category table. Let's go ahead and run this query to create our category table. Okay, now we will do that later on. Let's first go ahead and create our next table. So now let's see our next parent table. So next parent table, if you see, that is the customer table, because that has a customer's ID, name, address, state, and this all this 4 column, and this has no dependency, but other tables are dependent on this table. Okay, so this is one of the parent tables. So we will now create customers table. So we would say customers table, and let's see the column that we have in the customers table. So I would just go ahead and Excel and select customers table. So in the customers table, it seems we have 4 columns: customers ID, first name, last name, and this state. So let's go ahead and create customer table. So I would say create table. Now this comments I'm just adding just for for me to understand this code. Okay, so it is optional. If you want, you can edit, you can remove it. Okay, so this is how I do. So I would say customers table name, I'm just going to give it customers, and the columns I need, which I would be adding inside this parenthesis. So I have copied all the column from the table. So let's go ahead and say that what I need here is that first name, I need first name, and I need last name, and I need state. Okay, so I always use a lowercase for all this column. So I'm just going to say customer ID. Okay, is my first name, and I'm just going to say that it's int and the primary key. Okay, now I have checked the data types. Even if you want to check, you can go here and you can see it is an int. It's a whole number, right? Then we have first name, last name, and state. If you just click here and if you just click on this fit, it's going to show you the maximum length. So it seems like they are under 25. So I'm just going to say varchar and 20. Okay, so maybe for first name and last name I can use less, but 20 is going to work fine. And for the state, I would also say that which is 20. Okay, so this is fine. Now I would just go ahead and kind of create it. Now I want to add an address column, though we do not have an address in this table, but I would want to add an address column. By default, I'm just going to put XXX. Okay, so I would go ahead and say address, and the data types I'm going to use again varchar. So varchar, and I'm just going to say varchar 5. Okay, and I'm just going to store a default data, which is going to be XXX if the customer doesn't enter any address. Okay, because we will not show the address, so we would say default. So the default is a constraint which will add default value if in case no one is adding any address. So by default it's going to add a default values. Okay, so it's a default, and inside a brackets you just need to give your data, what data you want to add inside the single quotes. So I just want to store triple X. Okay, so if in case somebody doesn't enter address, so it is going to consider as a triple X as a address. Okay, so you just need to give the data types and the constraint, and then you give the values here, what values you are adding. Okay, so this is our customer table. So this is done. Now let's see if we have any other parent table. So we have customers table, we have done, and if you see next parent table, let's see. Okay, so orders table, that depends, order item table, that depends on the order table, because you see the order table is a foreign key, so this is not a parent table. Orders table has multiple foreign key, again this is not a parent table. We have the seller table, so seller ID, seller name, so this is one of the parent table, because this doesn't depend on any other table. Other table depends on the seller name or seller ID. You can see it here, it depends on the seller. So other table, if you see, they depend on this seller ID. Okay, so this we will create our seller table now. So let's go ahead and comment out, call sellers table. Okay, so let's create a seller table now. So I would say, so it is advisable that so it is advisable to create the parent table first, and then we will create the child table. So I would say create table and name it call sellers, and I want which is called seller ID, and it's going to be int and primary key. So that means I would ensure that no one can insert any null values or any duplicate records. So let's see how many columns we have in the seller table. So let's go back to Excel and let's see the sellers table, that is this one. So this table seems to have 4 columns: seller ID, seller name, and the origin. So let's add these 4 columns. So we're going to say seller ID and seller name and origin. Okay, so seller name is going to be varchar, so I would just add a varchar 25 here. Again, you can check the limit. I think 25 is going to work fine, but before entering it, let's make sure that it has 25 or maybe less than this. Oops. So I would just use a max len functions. and I will select all the sellers name to see the maximum length. So this seems like 19, so 25 is going to work fine. I'm just adding some extra characters. Now origin is going to be the country short name, so I can use simply 5. Okay, so these are the text data types, so that's the reason I'm defining as a varchar. Okay, so this is fine. Now this will create our sellers table. Okay, so let's see if there are any other parent table we have. We have done for category table, we have done for customers table, we have done for sellers table, and seems all the table has the FK, which means they are child tables. Okay, so let's create one by one. Now let's see what else table we can create. Okay, now if you see the product table, that depends on the few things. Okay, the product table depends on the product ID, which is primary key. I mean, the product table depends on the category table, so the category table is created. That means now we are good to go with the product table. So let's go ahead and create the product table now. Okay, so we will say create table, name it called products. Okay, let's add a comment called products table. Okay, so this is fine. What are the columns I want? Let's copy the column from Excel. So let's see the product table. This is going to be product table, and let's add all the columns. So these are all the columns I want, and I would just put it here. So I have product ID, I have product name. Each column has to be separated by comma. I have price, COGS, which is purchasing cost. I have category ID. Okay, so the product ID, let's add the product ID as int, because it's an integer whole number. You can see it here. So I would say int and primary key, so no one can insert it any null or duplicates. Okay, let's see the product name. So this name seems to be little large text. You can see long text, so for that we will be using a max functions to see what is the maximum length of this. Okay, now if you have really large data set, you cannot use the Excel, so you can use Python, and in Python you can check like what is the maximum length. Okay, using simple df functions. So 43 is the maximum limit, so I am df info functions. Okay, so 43, I'm just going to say here is that varchar 43. Okay, or I can use a 50. So product name varchar, I would say 50. Okay, so product name is little long text. Then I have price. So if you see price and COGS, they are seems to be like float, so I can use a float or I can use a numeric. Okay, because that both is going to work fine. So I'm just going to use here called float. Okay, and for COGS also I'm just going to use float. Okay, so this is fine. Next, what I have, the category ID. Now the category table is already created. This is very important. If in case category table is not created, you cannot add the category table. Okay, now for us the category table is created, so I would say int. Now this is a foreign key. Okay, this is the FK. Why? Because see, this category table is coming from what? This is coming from a parent table, that is a category table. Okay, so this is the reason it's a foreign key. Now we have to add this category table as a foreign key here using something called constraint, which is called foreign key constraint. So we will see how to add a foreign key constraint here. So to add a foreign key constraint, like you add a primary key, which is a constraint after the column, after the data types. Foreign key you cannot add it like this way, like after this data types. So for that you need to just give a comma, and you need to go to maybe next line. Here you need to write simple something called constraint, and you need to give a constraint name. So I'm just going to give it called FK, and what is the table name? So I would say category. Now you can, this is optional, you can give any name. So this is name just to identify it. So I would say FK category, and here I'm just going to give short name for something called product. Okay, so that means in product table I am adding FK, which is coming from the category table. So I can put the product first. Okay, so product table, in product table I am adding FK, which is coming from the category table. Okay, this is just a name, you can give any name. So this is way I identify it. It's very easy for debugging it. So now here SQL is going to ask, hey, what is this constraint? So we need to here give it as a foreign key. Okay, now it is going to say, okay, foreign key you are adding on this table, but on which column? Because see, here I'm not giving any column, right? After this column I have added a comma, so I would say on this column. So this column I need to put inside this parenthesis. Okay, so this is fine. Now for each foreign key, this column must be a primary key in their own table, in their main parent table. Okay, because this is a child table, so we need to give the connection. So for that we need to use something called references. Okay, references, and and here I need to put that table and the column name. So from where it is coming, so it is coming from the category table. If you see, it is coming from the category table, and in the category table the column name is what, it's the same, which is category ID. Okay, so this is very important. You need to define this for creating this constraint. So this is going to create a relationship with that table. Okay, so that is fine. Now let's go ahead and create our next child table. Okay, so the product table is done, so I think we don't need anything else. So I am just going to end up say the product table is done. Let's see what is our next child table we have, which we can create without creating any other table. So the product table is done, and we can see now for the orders table. So order table need order ID, it need the order date, customers ID, it need, the customer table is already created, it need the order status, it need the product ID, it need the seller ID. So seller ID and the product ID already exist because we have already created the product ID and the seller ID. So that means now we can go ahead and create this order table, because once we create the order table, then only we can create this order item table. Okay, so let's go ahead and create order table now. So let's first see whatever the columns we have in the order table. So I would just go ahead and launch for order table. So we have all this column. Okay, let's copy all this column. So here I'm going to say create table name is called orders. Columns I want is this columns, and I would say order date, I would say customer ID, I would say seller ID, I would say order status. Okay, now order ID is going to be int, so I'm going to define it as an int, and the order date is going to be date. So customers ID is going to be int. Now this is a FK. Okay, because this customers ID is coming from a customers table. So the customers ID is a primary key in the customers table. So here it is going to be a FK. Now this is also int. The seller ID is also data type is int. Even for constraint you need to give the data type. Okay, int, and it is also FK. This is FK of what? This is coming from the sellers table, right? Now if you see the order status, this will be a varchar. So let's see the order status limit. So it seems like shorter name, so we can simply go ahead and say varchar 15, something like this. Okay, so we will go ahead and say varchar 15. So if you do not give it proper, if you do not define it properly, then you will be getting error. Okay, so make sure that this data limit that you define it's properly. So this is orders table. Now let's go ahead and kind of see our next table. Okay, so orders table is done. Now we can create the order item table. Okay, so for the order item table, let's go ahead and see how many data we have, what are the columns we have. So order item table has all this column. So let's go ahead and copy it, and let's say create table order items. Okay, items. Okay, now column I need is this. So these are the column I need, which is going to be order ID, order item ID, product ID, quantity, and I need the price. Okay, so the quantity is going to be int because the whole number, and the price is going to be what? The price is going to be, which is float. Okay, now product ID is going to be int. So here is also this product ID is a FK, it's coming from the product table. Okay, so this order ID is going to be again FK, which is coming from the orders table, and this is going to be primary key. Okay, which is order item table. So it's going to be primary key. Okay, so the data type is going to be int, and I would just define it as a primary key. Okay, so each column must be separated using comma. I missed some comma here. This is going to give me an error, so I would ensure that I add all the comma here in this order table. And I have also not added the constraint, so which I'm going to edit now. So let's add the comma here also, so that I don't miss anything. So I would say this is also comma, this is also comma here, and comma here. Okay, so let's first add the constraint. So here you see this customer table and this seller ID, these two things are so here you see the customer's ID and this seller ID, these are two constraints, right? So for that I would just add a first constraint, which is for the customer's ID, customer's ID, which is going to be the customer's ID. So I would simply say, see, I have given a comma here, so I would simply say constraint. Now which table I'm adding? I'm adding on this orders table. So I would say orders underscore, from where it is coming, it's coming from customers of FK. Okay, so I would say FK. Anyways, you can edit, so, or you can edit the FK in the middle. So I usually edit here FK of customers. Okay, so order table, in order table we are creating FK, which is coming from the customers table, and we will need to define it as a foreign key. So this is just a name, right? By adding this, SQL doesn't know which constraint I'm adding. So I'm saying foreign key. Now SQL knows, okay, we're adding a foreign key, but on which column? So here I need to say customers ID column. That means on this columns I am adding a foreign key. Now SQL will ask on from which table it is coming, and in that table this must be a primary key. That is the reason that table must be created before creating this table. So I am going to say here is that references and which is coming from customers of customer ID. Now make sure that in the customers table this name is correct, otherwise you can give whatever the name in the customers table. If you double click, you see it is matching. That means I have added correctly. That is fine. Now let's add one more constraint, because we have one more constraint here which is for this seller ID. Okay, so I would say which is coming from sellers table. Okay, and foreign key on the seller ID of this table, and coming from again sellers table, and in the sellers table the column name is seller ID. Okay, last column I don't need comma. So this is my orders table. I don't think I have missed any comma. So, and in the item table I need to add order ID and the product ID as a FK. So let's go ahead and say that to add this order ID as a FK, I can again use the same, which is called constraint, and constraint of this table which is called order item table, and underscore FK underscore the orders. So that means coming from the orders table. Now foreign key and then we will need to just give order ID column, because in this column I am adding the foreign key, and the references we need to give where this order ID is as a primary key. So references, and it's in the order ID of orders table, right? So we need to say that orders of order ID, and that is it. So this constraint is added. So we need one more constraint. I would just copy paste it. So the second constraint what we need to add is the product ID. So I think I have already added this constraint. I will just copy this one which is called this product ID constraint. Okay, that's coming from this where, not this where. So I would see the product table. So in the product table we have this product ID. So this product ID what I need, let's see if I have created any other constraint. So in the order ID table I don't think. Okay, so this is the first constraint, so I would just need to write it constraint, and we're adding on this order item tables. Now what we're adding FK, and from where it is coming it's called products, and what constraint we're adding which is called foreign key, on which column, on this product ID column, and coming from where, so we will say references products of product ID, because in the product table we have a product ID column which is a primary key. Okay, so order item is done. Now let's go ahead and kind of see our next table. Okay, so let's go back to our database and let's see. So here order item is done. Now order table is created. Now we can create a payment table. Okay, in the payment table, because see, the payment table depends on the order ID. So now order ID is there, so we can create a payment table, and we can also same time we can create a shipping table. Okay, so let's create a payment table first. So I would just go ahead and say payment table, and in the payment table I would say create table payments. Okay, and the columns I need, I'm just going to use from Excel. So I would just right click on it and go to Excels and go to payments. So here I have all these 4 columns, so I am just going to add all these 4 columns here inside this parenthesis. So first column, then I have second columns, and I have this 4 column. Okay, so the payment ID is going to be int, and it's a primary key by default, because we would ensure that not null record is not added. So order ID is a int. This is a FK of what? This is coming from the orders table. Okay, so the payment date I would say is a date, data types as a date, and I would just give a comma. Here also I missed a comma, so I would give the comma. And payment status, it's a varchar, so where it's going to store like success, failed, something like this. Okay, so let's see the limit for this. So if you double click on it, limit seems to be maybe up to 25. Let's check it. Max len, and we will select the first to last row, double parenthesis 17. Okay, so I am going to define it as a 20. Okay, so that is it. Now we just need to add a foreign key for this order ID. So for that I am just going to use foreign key on this order ID, which is this one, because I have created similar foreign key here. I would just change this name to payments, because in payment table I'm creating a foreign key which is on this order ID, which is coming from this order table. Last comma I don't need, so I would just cancel it. Alright, so that was the payment table. Now let's see our last two table. That's going to be our shipping table and the inventory table. So shipping table has almost the same informations, so we will just go ahead and see in Excels, and let's find out the shipping table. Now this orders that I am maintaining while creating table, it's very important, because otherwise you will not be able to build relations. So first you create the parent table, then you create the child table, then you can create one more child table if that child has some more child. Okay, so this is a part of Snowflake schema which we are designing. So let's go ahead and say copy all this table column header from the shipping table. So we're going to say create table shipping. Okay, now we would go ahead and say here is that columns. What I need is all these columns. So shippings I'm going to add s here at the end, so it is going to be easy for us to remember it. Return date, shipping provider. Okay, that should be a underscore, and the delivery status. Okay, so a lot of columns we have. So shipping ID is going to be int and primary key, so that's fine. Order ID is going to be a foreign key which is coming from this table which is called order table, so it's a foreign key. Now I'm just going to give a comma and put it as a comment. Okay, so I would have shipping date, which is a date, data types, return date as a date, data types, and shipping providers. Okay, that's going to be varchar. So varchar is a short, so I would just use a 15 here. Okay, next I have the delivery status. So for the delivery status, let's check. So it seems very short, so I can again use this same varchar 15. Okay, for the delivery. Now I need to add this order ID as a foreign key, so I can use the same constant formula here, same constant code here. I would just need to change the shipping table here to ensure that I have added this in the shipping table. Okay, so that is it. Now we have one more last table, that's the inventory table, because in the inventory table we will maintain the stock, so that depends on the product table. So we can just go ahead and create an inventory table if we have not created. So let's check. So inventory table after product we have not created, so let's create the inventory table. Okay, so I would say create table and inventory. Okay, and the column I need to put inside the quotes. So let's select all the columns that I have in the inventory table. So right click and let's go to inventory table, and let's select all the columns. So the columns are this, which is going to be inventory ID, we have product ID, which is a FK, we have warehouse ID, we have last stock date. So this should be last stock date, that's fine. So this is a date, data types. Okay, this is a warehouse is a int, stock which is going to be int. Okay, data types, so I would just give a comma here at the end, give a comma here. Now this product ID is a FK, right? It's coming from the product table. So for that I would just need to define it as a FK. So I would say constraint, and what is constraint on which table? So I am adding on this table which is called inventory unders FK and coming from the products. Okay, now I would just go ahead and say that foreign key, what constraint I'm adding, which is foreign key, and on which column? On this column which is called product ID. Okay, just need to put inside the parenthesis, and coming from which is references and products of product ID. Okay, so all these columns are done. Let's just close all this statement by adding the, because it's going to be a transaction block, so let's close all this statement by adding this semicolon. So I have added a semicolon here, I have added a semicolon here. Okay, I have added a semicolon here. Let's write a comment call orders table. Okay, let's add a semicolon here. Okay, let's add a semicolon here. Okay, let's add a semicolon here. Okay, all these tables are done. Now we can just execute this query. Let's quickly check if we have missed any comma. Now we can either check or we can run, then we can check. Let's run it and let's see. So it seems we have some error which is in the category name varchar. Okay, let's check. So the category name Berkar 20. So that's where we have error. So let's should be in the category. Okay, you can see when it is highlighted. Okay, I missed a comma here. Okay, so let's fix it and let's execute it again. So you can click anywhere, click on run. Now we have some more error which is in this order ID FK. Okay, so in the order ID FK, I have some error which is at the line 57. Okay, so let's go to line 57 and let's check. So line 57 order ID FK. So let's check. Okay, here is the mistake. You see line 57 and here's the mistake because I have not defined the data types. Okay, so for here I need to give it data types, right? So the data type is int. Okay, so it was line 57 and let's now go ahead and execute it again. Let's see if in case still we have some mistake. Yes, we still have some mistake which is at line 94. Okay, so line 94, here I have some mistake which is called stock, and let's see the mistakes we have which is at near int. Okay, so okay, we are saying warehouse ID and we're saying stock, so that's at line 94, and we seems to have inventory ID. Okay, so I have not defined the inventory ID data types. Okay, so it should be int and it should be primary key. Now again, it's a very big schema, so there's a possibility that you will do one or two mistake, but the way we debug it, that's the important point, right? So this is fixed. Let's execute it. This is going to work fine. We still have some problem with 993. So now I have selected 93. So the product ID, see, I have not defined again the data types, so their data types should be int. Rest everything looks fine. Now let's go ahead and execute it. So you can see there is no unique constraint matching given keys for the referred table called orders. Okay, so now we are having one more problem which is called orders. So let's fix it. There is no unique constraint matching given key for referred table orders. Okay, so we have given orders, and in the orders table we may have not defined as a primary key. Let's check. So yes, you see, so we first need to define the order table. This column order ID we are referring in different table as a foreign key, so this must be a primary key, right? So I missed it again, so I have just fixed it based on this command. Okay, so now let's execute it again. So we have fixed all the problems. Congratulations, we have finally created our database and with all the tables. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it. So to check it, you just need to right click on this database, refresh maybe one or two times, and then you can see your database name. Go to inside this database name, schemas, and from the schemas go to public. Okay, from the public you will see something called tables. Okay, if you don't see the tables, right click and refresh 2 or 3 times, you will see it here. Okay, now we have created the database. Let's kind of save it as something called schemas. Okay, I'm going to save in the desktop. Alright, so now we need to import the data, right? So again, to import the data, we need to follow the same hierarchy. The hierarchy that we have followed while creating the tables, we will need to follow the same hierarchy. So now, first we need to import into category, because category doesn't have any dependency with any other table. So to import it, let me show you how you can import it. Okay, so we have this category table. Okay, so from this table, we will be importing the data. Now you need to make sure that in this category table, the data has proper formatting. So for that, you can just right click and open in a notepad and or text editor if you're using Mac, notepad for Windows. So if you just now click on little zoom here, okay, you see we have 2 columns. Each columns are separating by comma, and this is the heading and these are the values. Okay, very simple data set, and we will need this information. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to this tables and right click and refresh once before importing it, and right click on the category. You need to go to this options which is called import and export. Okay, once you click on it, very important steps, you need to go to these options and make sure this header is enabled, because by default this header is going to be disabled for Windows. So we'll say enable, and the rest everything will remain same. So and then we will go to general, and from here we will select the path or we will select the file. So I have the file here in the data set, and this is the category. Okay, in coding I don't have to make any changes. Now in the columns, I'm importing into 2 columns, so I would just leave it them as it is. Click on OK. If the import successfully done, you will be getting completed process like this. If you get any error, so you'll be getting error, you can click here and you can view the error. So you will be able to read the error here. You can see there is no error since copying 6 rows. Okay, so that is fine. Now we can right click and we can click on count rows. That is going to give us the 6 rows. You can see we have 6 rows in this category table. Okay, that is fine. Now let's go ahead and import the data into customers table. So for that, again, right click on the customers, import, and make sure the customers and data is selected. So we will go ahead and select the customers, and options header is enabled. Okay, columns, so all these columns we are importing, which is customers ID, first name, last name, state, and address. So we can go ahead and check the customers table, what are the columns we have. So we need to check the data types as well. So customers, right click, open in notepad or text editor for Mac. So let's make it little zoom. So here you can see I have this customers ID, first column, then I have this first name, last name, and state. So I have 4 columns. Okay, and here you see I have 5 columns. So customers ID, first name, last name, state, and the state, and the address. So that means I don't have the data for address, so I would just delete this from here. This is very, very important, otherwise you will be getting error. So if you want, I can just show it again. If I just try to import it, and you see I am saying that importing into address, and if I just select the customers and data, so let's select the customers data, which is going to be this one. The customers data is not able to select. Let's select Y. So we need to just click on the customers data, and we just need to save it. Okay, now let's see if I can select it. So now I can select the customers data, so click on it. Okay, you see I'm selecting the address, so I'll be getting definitely error because I don't have the data for address. Okay, so I'll click on OK. You see I am getting a process failed because it couldn't import the data. If you want to see the details, you can click on this icon, and it is going to take you to this explanations board. You see the error message. So try to read the error message from the last. So it says copy customers line 2, and this it's giving an error, right? Missing data for columns address. So we do not have a data for column address, so that means we need to ignore it. Okay, so right click, import, and go to columns, delete this address. We don't want to import anything, and we want to leave that, and we want to only import to this 4 columns because we only have 4 columns in our data set. Header is enabled, dataset customer selected, press OK, and you will see this time it is imported successfully. Okay, without any error. So we can verify it. You can right click on it, check count rows, or you can just go to something called view and edit. You can check first 100 rows. Okay, so if you just click on it, it's going to run the code, and you will be able to see the first 100 customers details. Okay, you see now for the address we have inserted XXXX because we have not added anything, so by default it will insert XX, right? You can see the data. So that is fine. Now let's go ahead and import into this inventory table because that has a dependency. Now inventory table will dependent on what? The product table. So we cannot add in the inventory. So let's see, we have imported to customers. Okay, so after the customers we are good with the sellers. Okay, so seller is the parent table, so we can just click on the sellers, right click, import, and the sellers. So let's select the sellers. Okay, so everything is fine. We have 3 columns, so let's click on it. See again it is failing, so let's verify it. Why? So it's saying that value too long for the character called varying 5. So we have defined this origin as a 5. You can see here the country as a 5, and now we are saying that there's a country called Canada which has a 6 characters. Okay, so this is one of the reason why it is very, very important to define the right limit. So now we need to fix it. So there is a 2 way. You can either delete everything or you can just update that column. So we are not going to delete everything. We are just going to write alter commands to update this value from 5 to 6. So for that I would say updating data type. Okay, type for what? For this origin column. So for that there's an alter command, very simple. You just need to say alter table. Which table? Is called sellers, and I would say alter column because I want to change the column's name. So I would say alter columns is part of syntax. And which column? So the column is called origin. Okay, origin, and you need to just something called type, and here you need to just type the new data type. So I would say varchar, and I'm just going to edit this time call maybe 10. Okay, so that I don't get any error. So I will just go ahead and run this query. So this is going to update the data types, which is to 10. If you want to check, you can just again right click, import, and import it again. This time it's going to import successfully. You see it has already imported because we have updated this range. Okay, so this is how you identify error and you fix it. Now that's fine for the sellers. Now let's see what else we need. Product table. So product table need the foreign key, which is this called product category ID, which is already there. So we will be able to insert into product. So right click, import, select the product. So that's going to be P. This is the product, and make sure header is enabled, all the columns are selected. We can re-verify. It's a big table, so let's go to product table and let's see all the columns that we have in the product table. So open in the text editor on notepad, and we have product ID, product name, price, cost, category. So we have 5 columns, and these are the value that goes through to those 5 columns. So we have 5 columns. That's fine. Click on OK. It's going to import. So import has done successfully. Next, what we need is the next table. That's going to be our orders table. So that need 2 foreign key, which is going to be customers. So we have already imported the data into customers, and we have already imported the data into sellers. So we will be able to proceed with this order table. So very important steps here you need to remember is that when you are importing the data, so their parent table must have the data, right? So that is we need to ensure. So 2 foreign key, we have 2 parent table. That means they already have the data. So right click on this orders. So orders, and import, select the orders, which is going to be O orders, and let's say options, columns. So all the columns are fine. Click on OK, and we can see it is successfully imported. Now after import each column, try to verify if it is imported. Yes, 21,629 order item. Let's see, we will import, has not imported. So let's import the order item. So for the order item, just click on the order item, import, and go to this order item table, which is called O item, and click on append, import. Okay, you can see it is imported successfully to order item as well. Make sure to follow the same hierarchy that I am doing step by step with me. Next, what we need is this called payments. So right click on the payments, import, select the payments, which is going to be P. Click open, header is selected, click OK. The payment is imported, done. Okay, next we have the shipping. Let's try to import into shipping. So shipping is going to be this one, import shipping. So that's going to be shipping. Okay, so if you're getting any column error, make sure to right click on this table and refresh it. Okay, so that you will not be getting any column error. Shipping is done. Next, what I need is the inventory. So in the inventory, I'm just going to say inventory, right click, import, and this inventory. Okay, so all the column is selected, click on import. Alright, so you can see now imported to inventory as well. So all the columns seems to be imported successfully. Now we can just say end of schemas, right? So the schemas, and here we are able to import the data to all this table, and all this kind of different tables, the data set. Okay, we can just check for the verify for shipping. You can see we have data, and we have for sellers we have the data, we have data for products. You can see we have the data for product. Okay, now we will start solving the problems. So you can also create an ERD for this database. Okay, for that just right click and click on refresh, and right click and then click on ERD. Okay, so once you click on the database for ERD, you will be able to see your database schema here. Okay, so you can see my database schema is here. I just need to do a kind of some arranging here. You can just arrange this like this. Okay, so it will take some time, but you will be able to do all this arranging. Okay, so you just need to arranging. Now I have already done this arranging. I'm going to show you how does it look like. Once you arrange it, this is going to look like something this, which you can take a screenshot and you can include in your project, or you can use this schemas, which is this one. Okay, so both one works fine. So while solving problems, we are going to refer to this schemas to see how these tables are connected. For solving each problem, so we will need to refer to this schemas. Okay, because we will not eventually remember like which table is connected with how, and which are the column that is the primary key, that is the foreign key, but based on the schemas we will solve the problem. All right, so now let's explore the data and let's see if there's any inconsistency, if there's any null, if there's any problem we have with the data. So for that I am just going to open a new query tool. So for now I'm just going to close the schemas. Okay, and I'm just going to close this as well, close this as well. Okay, and let me just open a new query tool. So for that I would just right click on this database, create a new, right click on this, left click on this database, click on this query tool, and that's going to open this query tool here. And here we will see the tables and their data. Okay, so let's see one by one. Let's see first the data of this category table. Just go ahead and say that, and let's first see the data set and the number of columns we have, right? Number of rows we have. So you would go ahead and say select everything from this table which is called category. Let's see first the category. So let's run it. It's going to give you the data. You can see we have the data. So since we have 6 category, okay, so that was for the category. Let's go ahead and check for other table that's called maybe for customers. Let's check for customers. Okay, so customers, you can see we have this data set which is called 898. Now if you want to know how I am running this query, I can either select this run button, or I can use this shortcut which is called F5 for me, or you may have a different shortcut. You can just hover your mouse here, you will be able to see your shortcut. Even you can change the shortcut by going into settings from here and settings. Okay, so customers, you can see we have 898 customers, and each customers and their details here. Okay, fine. In the customers we also have their, let's go ahead and see the data for inventory. So I would say inventory. Okay, let's run it. And yes, we do have inventory and each product and their stock you can see here. Okay, so even last stock date as well we can see. Let's go ahead and say now for order items. So I would say order items. So we have 21,629 order item. So we have order item ID, order ID, product ID, quantity, and the price per unit, at what price they are being sold. Okay, so that is order item. Let's go ahead and see next table, that's going to be orders table. So let's go ahead and say orders. So in the orders table we have order ID, order date, customer's ID, seller ID, and the order status. Okay, so we again have 21,629 records. Again, I would just go ahead and kind of go to next line. So that's going to be the payments. So let's say the payments. So that's going to be payments. Okay, you can see we have all those 21,000 orders and their payments informations like success and the payment informations, right? So here I want to also check like what are the different types of status I have in the payment. So for that I can simply go ahead and say that I want one column from this table that's called payment status. Okay, so I would just use the distinct functions here to see how many different type of payment status we have in this table. Okay, so run it. You see we have 3 different type of payment status. One is called payment failed, one is called payment succeed, and one is called refunded. Okay, so these are the 3 options we have. Let's go ahead and see our next table, that's going to be shipping table. Okay, payment after payment we will see the product table. So I have not seen the product table. Let's see products. Okay, so in the product table we have 756 different product informations. Now if you want to check, you can see Dell laptop, we have Apple Watch, we have Apple TV, MacBook, iPhone. Okay, and each product has a category ID. Based on the category ID we can check the category name from the category table. So we have different product, you can see for women's footwear as well, shopping as well, kitchen as well. Okay, lot of different products informations we have. All these are Amazon product which I have got from the Amazon using some web scraping. Okay, this is the product informations. Now again, these customers names are not real, so these names I have created using some random functions. Okay, but all these things that you see, all the informations, the product price are also real, but again this data is not real, right? Because you cannot reuse the real data. So this is only for the training purpose. So just make sure to add a line in the project that whatever the data you're using, these are only for the training purpose, not the real actual Amazon data. So products we have, and next what we have is the sellers. So let's go ahead and say sellers. So sellers, let's see how many sellers we have. Now all these are Amazon real sellers. You can see here seller ID, seller name. Again I have used some seller from the product page. So these are some real sellers. I have got here 51 or 54 sellers. Okay, and they are different countries. You can see it here. Next we have is that after sellers we have the shipping. Okay, so let's see the shipping table, which is our last table, shippings. Okay, So the shipping table is our last table. So the shipping table has something called shipping ID, order ID, ship, and you can see here return date is showing null. Okay, shipping providers different, and the delivery status, it is delivered. So if the product is delivered, obviously it is not being returned. That's the reason return status is showing null. If you want to maybe check some more details, you see a lot of products are showing null, but you can check what are the different types of return date we have. Let's see if in case the product has a return date, how does this delivery status looks like. So for that we can simply use a where conditions here. Okay, first you need to explore the data. It will take some time so that you can build your logic and then you can solve it. Okay, so let's say I'm going to say simply where conditions where this delivery status, okay, sorry, where I would say this shipping date, okay, return date is not null. Okay, that means the return date is not null, and let's see the data. All right, so you can see if the return date is not null, that means those products are being returned. Okay, you can see it's a return, so it's a shipping date. It was shipped on, you can see 14th February and it was a return on 23rd February. So that means within 7 days the product was returned, so the status is showing a return. Okay, now one interesting thing I want to show you, if the product is being returned, you will see that the product status in the order table will show something like the product is being returned. Okay, so for that we can go ahead and check. Let's say the product ID, order ID is 6747. Okay, so we can verify it. So let's say select everything from orders and just note down this ID. So this ID is 6747. Okay, 6747. Let's see the status in the payment table and in the order table for the order ID, which is called 6747. So I would say everything from the order table. Let's see the column. So I would simply go ahead and say order ID. Okay, so I would say where order ID, okay, equals, so equals what, 6747. Okay, let's see what is the status showing in the order table. Okay, you can see in the order table also it is showing a return. Okay, so that means it's working perfectly fine. Even if you want to cross verify, you can check from the payment table as well. Okay, so you can say select everything from payments, and in the payment table we have a column called order ID. So you can put this order ID and check. Okay, you can see it is a refund date. Okay, so that means for this product it was sold, it was shipped, then it got returned, and then the status changed to return. So there is a return date, and then the order status got changed to return, and then also the payment status got refunded. As soon as refunded, the status got refunded. Okay, so I have tried to create the same situations that Amazon follows each and everything. Okay, so this is how we have verified the data is following the integrity. Okay, so this is going to be fun of solving those advanced SQL problems. Okay, all right, so this is my EDA ends here. Now again, if you want to check the null values, so you can check using simple where conditions. You can just put the column name and you can say where the column is null. So that is how you will see the null records. Okay, so for that I would just want to show you for this shipping table. Okay, so here you see, if I want to see how many nulls I have, okay, where I have this return date as null. So for that I can simply run it one more time, shipping table, and I would say is null. Okay, so this is going to give me the count of the total. I can just execute it. We have 18,000 orders where this return date is null. So that means for those 18,000 the products are being delivered successfully and they are not being returned. Okay, so this is where my EDA ends. Okay, now I will start solving business problem. Okay, which are the 20 top business problems. So I would just go ahead and say business problems, and I can check, I can say advanced analysis. Okay, so we will be solving really critical business problems. Okay, now before proceed, let me show you how you're going to publish this project in your GitHub. Okay, so for that I have just created a GitHub repository where I'm going to show you how we are going to publish this project. So you can see we have the project name. Okay, and we have this difficulty level, which is advanced course, and we have the project overview. So this project must showcase your SQL proficiency and your SQL skills and your complex problem solving skills, your complex data analysis skills, and all those skills, right? So for that we just need to explain like what this showcase about yourself. So here I have mentioned few words which you can reuse it. I have worked on analyzing dataset over 20,000 sales record from an Amazon like e-commerce platform. So that means we can analyze any e-commerce data set. This project involves extensive querying customers' behavior, product performance, sales trends using Postgres SQL. Through this project, I have tackled various SQL problems including revenue analysis, customer segmentations, and inventory managements. Okay, this project also focus on data cleaning, handling null values, solving real world business problems using structured queries. Okay, so all this you can see top thing we have mentioned here. We have mentioned the database setup and design, how many tables we have. We can add a link here, and constraint, we have followed the constraint as well, and we have followed the data cleaning. So the task, we have check the null values. Okay, so we have identified the business problems: low product, high return, significant delays, high customers acquisition cost, solving business problems. So here we are solving business problem like restocking predictions, product performance, seller performance, shipping performance, and state performance, customers behavior, like is it returning or non-returning. Okay, so these are some objective as well: sales trends, customers behavior, inventory management, payment and shipping analysis, forecasting, and product performance. Okay, learning and outcome, which is one of the important part of this project. So this project enabled me to design and implement and normalize database schemas, which is we have done. Clean and purpose real world dataset for analysis. Use advanced SQL technique including window functions, subqueries, and join. So this is going to communicate about yourself, like what you have done in this project. And you can also maybe if there's a some question asked in the interview, you will be able to explain once you go through this step by step in this project. Okay, if you see conduct in-depth business analysis, yes, we did in-depth in-depth business analysis, optimize query performance, and handle large data set. Because we have a large data set, obviously we are going to handle the large data set, because we have maintained the constraint for ensuring that it doesn't add any duplicate records. At the end, you can add ERD of your database, which is going to be like this. Okay. All right, so now let's see the business problem one, and we will solve the business problems one. So we will solve one by one each business problems. So here I'm just going to add some nice line breaking. So I will just go ahead and say kind of this. Okay, and let's just convert this into comment. Let's kind of hide everything. Okay, and we're going to solve the business problem here. Okay, so let's see the business problem one. Let's see what does it says. So let me just copy this business problem one from here, and I'm just going to put it here. Then I'm going to read it again. Okay, so it says top selling product, query to the top 10 product by total sales value. Okay, challenge, include product name, total quantity sold, and the total sale value. Okay, so we need the top 10 product based on the total sale value, and we need the total quantity and the total sales value. Okay, so if you see in the order table, we have order date, we have order customers ID, order status, and the seller ID, but we do not have any product informations. So for that, in the order item table, we have the product informations, we have their quantity. Okay, so we also have the price per unit. So price per unit and quantity we can multiply to find out the total sale. And once you have the total sale, okay, once you have the total sale, then we can again join this table, and this table, and then we can do a group by each product name and product ID, and then we will see each product and their total sale. Okay, so we need to join all these three table. Okay, so that is what we will do. Once you have each product and their total sale using group by, then we can solve this problem. Okay, write down my step-by-step approach. So I would first join this order item table, which is called OI, the short name, and I would join with order table, because from the order table I will have the order informations, and then I will join with the product table, because I need from the product table I need the product name. And then I can do a group by the product informations like product name or product ID. Okay, and then I can do a sum on this total sales. So for the total sales, we need to create a column called quantity times, which is going to be quantity times the price per unit. Okay, price per unit. Okay, so let's go ahead and first create a new column. Okay, so once you have a total sales, then we can do a sum, and to get each product and their total sales, I would just need to do a group by the product ID. Okay, and then we select the top 10 product. Okay, top 10 or 5, whatever, top 10 product. Okay, now before that, let's first create a new column in this order item table, which is going to give us the total sale amount, because at the moment we do not have a total sale amount. But if you see in here, we have something called total sale amount. So we need to create a new column. Okay, so for that I can just go ahead and say again check the table. So that's going to be select everything from order items. Okay, let's go ahead and see the table. So we have the table here which has the order ID, the order item ID, order ID, product ID, quantity, and the price. So I can just multiply this quantity and price. That's going to give my the total sale. Okay, so let's first add a new column using alter command. That's going to give us the total sale. So I would simply go ahead and say creating new column. Okay, and the column is going to be something like this. Okay, so I would say alter table. Which table I'm altering? That's going to be order items, and I would say add column. See, I'm now adding a column, not altering a column, not updating anything in the column. So adding a column. What is the column I'm adding? That's going to be total sale. Okay, and what is the data type I'm expecting? That's going to be float, because I would multiply with multiple columns, so it's going to be float data types. So I would just execute this query, and it's going to create a new column, so let's check the order item again. Now you see we have a total sale column, but we do not have this price at the moment, right? So for that we would just simply use the update statement here. Okay, very important. So we will say updating price, which is called quantity times price. Okay, price per unit, because see I have both the thing here. So maybe I have some orders where I have the quantity is more than one. Okay, so for that the price is going to be different, right? For one quantity the price is going to be same, because we have so many product where the quantity can be more than one. So for that I will just use the update statement. So the way I do update is very simple. I will say update goes with something called set. Okay, now if you want to update specific orders, you can just mention where, but we will update for entire table. So I would just ignore this where conditions here. So update which table, so we need to just give the table name. So that's going to be update and order items table, and set which column you want to update. So I want to update this total price. What do you want to update? So I want to update this quantity times what? So that's going to be price per unit. Okay, so quantity times price per unit. I just need the column name, so that's going to be price dash per unit. Okay, so let's say quantity times price per unit. Okay, so this is my column name. After updating I want to print the results, so for that I would just run this code here. Okay, so let's see. Now you can see it has updated correctly. We have one quantity, it's showing 199. We have one quantity. Okay, we can check for the quantity 2. So for that I can just go ahead and say order by quantity 2. Now you can see we have some product where the quantity is more than 1, and you can see the product price was maybe 279, and you can see the price quantity times price is total sales. So that means the total sales that we have done, that is working correctly fine. So that is fine. Now let's go ahead and start writing query to solve our problems. Okay, so I will just save my solutions, and now what I need to do is that I need to join the order item table to order table. So because if you see the order item table here, I do have something called product ID. Okay, and I need like the order informations as well, and I need the product name as well. Okay, so I will first do a join with the orders table, with the product table, and with this order item table. Okay, because once I have the join, then I can go ahead and solve this problem. So for that what I will do is that I will start with the from, and I'm going to say orders as O. So that's my order table, and I'm just going to do a normal join here, which is called inner join, and I'm joining with the order items. Okay, and I'm going to name it called OI. Okay, now what is the conditions? I need to define it here. Now condition is going to be, you see, OI of order ID and orders of order ID. Both table have the order ID as a common column. Now I will join with the product table, because I need the product name as well, right? So I will go ahead and say that I want to join with the products SP, and I would say that on what conditions, and you see the P of product ID is OI of product ID, because in both table I have the product ID common column. Okay, so I have done the join, and I can select all the columns to show you all the columns from these three tables. Okay, so I will be having combined all the columns from all the three tables, and the data is going to be same, but the column will increase. So you can see I am having the product name, price, COGS, and this category, everything from the product table. Okay, and rest of the things I'm getting from the order table and order ID table. Now what I need is that I need to find out each product and their total sale. For that I can do a group by the product ID, okay, product ID and the product name, and I can do a total sum on this total sale column. Okay, that is how I will be able to solve my problem. So I need only 3 columns, so I'm going to select the column that I need. So I need the product ID. So product ID column I can select from any tables. Okay, I would select the reference later on, and I need product name. Okay, because we have done an inner join, so you can select from any table. That's going to work fine based on in which table they are available. So we have in the product table as well also product ID, and we have in the order item table as well also. Next what I need is that sum on this total sale. Okay, total sale is coming from OI table. Okay, OI, which is order items table. Okay, now order items. Okay, yes, order items, the table name is correct. And product I would say that OI of product ID, and I would say that product name is coming from the product table, because only product table has the product name. Okay, this one I'm going to save it as a total sale. Okay, now for each product, if I need to find this aggregated sale, I will need to do a group by the product type, because there could be multiple sale by each of the product. Okay, so for that I can simply use group by this product ID and the product name, because I have 2 categorical columns. So for each product ID and product name I need this total sale. Okay, I would say group by 1 and 2. If you're using MySQL, you cannot use 1 and 2, so you just need to use alias. You can give alias here and you can use the alias here. Okay, so let's go ahead and execute it, and we will have each product and their total sale. So each product and their total aggregated sale, you can see we have 693 products which are being sold, and this is their total sales. Now if you need total quantity, I think we also need the total quantity as well. You see total quantity and the total sale value. So I would say for the quantity I can simply go ahead and say that one more column here, and you can simply use a count star or count order ID, anything is going to fine. So I'm going to say count order ID, that is coming from order table. So O dot order ID. Okay, because we need to find the total order ID, not total item order, but total order ID for each product, how many total orders are done. Okay, so that's the reason we need to use this order table, not order item table, because there could be same product can have multiple order item ID, but they will only have one product on one order ID. So I would save it as total sale. Okay, total unit or total orders, okay, so this is fine. Let's execute it again, and you will see we have the result for each product ID, name, total sales, and the total orders. Now what we need is the top 10 products. So for that I can simply do order by this total sales, and order by this, which is 1 2 3 columns in descending. You can use the alias, or I can use 1 2 3. So first column is 1, second is 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so I'm just saying order by 3, and then I would say limit 10. So that is how I will be selecting top 10 product with the highest sale. Let's run it, and you can see we have the top 10 product, which is here Apple MacBook Pro, Mac Pro. You can see it here, that has the highest sale, and this is the total unit orders. We have Apple MacBook Pro 16, we have Apple MacBook Pro 16, and maybe it's a different model, and we have Dell XPS, which is again second, third, fourth highest. Apple MacBook Pro, Dell Alienware, because one of the expensive machine you can see. Then one of the printer, Dell Ultra Sharp, Apple iMac, Asus ROG Strip. Okay, so these are the most expensive product, and you can see their quantity sold. Alright, so this is how we have solved the question number 1. Let's see the problem number 2. Let me just save it so that I don't lose it. So in the question number 2, we have a revenue by category. So we need to find out each category and their revenue. So calculate the total revenue generated by each product category. Calculate including the percentage contributions of the total revenue. So for the total revenue, what we need the contribution, which is the each revenue and their contributions, and we need to find out the total revenue. So each product category and their revenue. So let's first see what are the things we need. Okay, so here we need is that category ID maybe, and cat name, and I need their total revenue, and I need their total country. Now this contribution is very important. We will see how to find these contributions later on. First let's see how to find category and product category name, total revenue, and this total contributions. Now if you want to refer to this ERD, if you see here, we have the category name that is in the category table, and we have the product name in the product table, and we have the order items in the order item table and order in here. So basically we need to get this category, right? That's the reason this snowflake schema is very, very interesting, because here you need to join this table with this table, then this table with this table, and this table with this table to get this category name, because we need to find out each category and their total sales, which we will find it from this order item. Okay, and then we can see their total revenue by doing a group by each category. Okay, and then we will simply go ahead and see their contributions. Okay, so the way you will do a join is that you will select the order ID from here, and you will join with this table which is order ID from here, and then you will join with this table which is called product ID and product ID, and then you will join category and category. Okay, this is how we will do the join. So now even if you do not join with this table, that is still going to give you the revenue. Okay, because this table is not mandatory here, because we will just need these three tables. Okay, we don't need the total orders, so that is the reason we will only need to do 3 joins. So join we will need is that OI table, order items table. Then we need to do join with the products, because we need the product category informations, and we need to join with the category table because we need the category name. Okay, because category name is only available in the cat table. Okay, then we can do a group by, by cat ID and name. Okay, and sum on this total sale that we will get from OI table. Okay, OI table. So that's how I have each product category and their contribution. So for that, let's start with the from, and let's start with the order item table, items as OI, and I would say join. I'm again going to do inner join here because I need everything from all these 3 tables. So inner join, and I'm going to say that now I'm going to say orders item of OI inner join, and I would say products as a P and on, and you see I already have the relationship which is P of product ID, OI of product ID, and then I will do another join which is going to be my left join to ensure that I only select the specific product category for all the product that has done some sale. Okay, so for that I would say left join, or you can even do an inner join, that's going to work fine, but I'm just going to show you left join, category as C. Okay, on, and you can see that here I am selecting this. No, this is not going to work, so we will need to say C dot category ID, because in the category table we have the category ID, and in the product table we do have the category ID. So P dot category ID. Let's see the ERD one more time to see. So here you can see in the category we have category ID, and here also in the product we have category ID, we have product ID, and we have product ID here as well. Okay, so this is how we are doing the join. Now once you do the join, we can select this column that we need. Let me just see all the columns first using select star. Let's run it. Okay, let's fix this spelling mistake. Left join, I missed a join here, that's the reason I was not getting auto suggestion. Let's run it. Now you can see we have run the successfully. Now you can see it run successfully, and we have all the columns from all these 3 tables. So what you need is the category name that's coming from the category table. We need category ID from any of the table. We need this a total sale. Okay, that's going to be this one which is coming from OI table. So let's go ahead and select the column that I need. So first I need the category ID that's coming from product table, category ID. Then I need C of category name. Okay, what I need is that OI dot total sale. Okay, as total sale. Okay, now this one I would need to use a aggregated sum, so I would say sum of this, because I need each category and their total sale. Okay, so I would need to say group by 1 and 2. Okay, I would again do order by 3 descending. Now let's run it. We will have the same kind of results. So you can see each category, we only have 6 category and their total sales. Okay, so now I can simply go ahead and select order by descending. I already done. So this category electronics has the highest sale. You can see I think it's 26 million. Okay, so it has 26 million sale. This has I think 1 million sale, which is going to be 1 million sale. This has 71k dollar sale, and so on so on. Okay, so top 10 is not available because only have this limited categories. So let's say we can select maybe, okay, so we wanted to find out each category generated by in each category and their contributions, right? We do not need the top 10, so we need each category and their contributions. Now if you see here, we have the total sale, which is this. If I do a sum on this, then I will be having the total sales. Okay, now I have each category and their total sale here. Okay, but we need to find out the contributions. So if you want to find out the contributions, so what you need to do, let's try to see this in Excel. Okay, let's say if I need to find out the contributions, so the easy way to find this contribution is going to be like this. Okay, I would say open this data in Excel so that I can demonstrate this to you. Okay, so first we need to find out total sale, which is going to be sum, and of this all the sale. Okay, like total sales, all the data, all the sales that we have done so far, which is 27 million. Now if you find this if you want to find this contribution for this category, then what you will do is that you will say that this category sale divided by the total sales times 100. Okay, you see it's 98%. If you just drag it this way, okay, I mean just I need to lock this C8. Okay, and if you drag it this way, you will see different categories and their contributions. So rest all the categories seems to be having very less contributions. You can see less than even 1%. Okay, but this category is having highest contributions. Okay, if you just combine all of this, you will have the 100% contributions. Okay, this is correct. So this is what we will do. Now that means we need to find out this total sale, and then we will need to divide this sale by the total sales time with 100. Okay, so for that we need to find out the total sale. So we have this each category and their sale. Now we can divide it by the total sale. So that means what we can do, we have this each category and their sale. This sum is going to give us each category and their sale. We need the total sales, right? So for total sales we can use a subquery. Okay, so I would just use it here. So this is giving us the total sale for each category. Now I need to find out the total sale, the overall sale. So for overall sale, if you want to find it, you can simply say overall sum of this total sale from orders. Okay, from orders what? You can just say order item, right? Order item. So this is going to give you the total sale, which is 27 million. Okay, so this query we can use in a subquery. Okay, so here I can just put this query in a subquery. So this is going to give me the total sale. This is going to give me the contribution. So for that I would just need to times 100. I just need to multiply with 100. Let's run it. And now you can see we have each category. The electronics has 98%, the same percentage we have seen in Excel's 37, 26 and so on. So these are in point. This has the highest percentage. All this combined have only 2%. Okay, so we can give a nice column name here. I can go ahead and say as a contribution. Okay, as a contributions. So I can just put it this way. Okay, so this is how I get each category and their total sales and their contributions to this global overall sale. Okay, all right, so that was question number 2. Let's see the business problem 3 now, or let's see the question number 3 now. Okay, so the question number 3 is very easy. So we say that average order value, what we need to find out. Let me just save it. Compute the average order value for each customers. Include only customers with more than 5 orders. Okay, so we need to find out the average order value. So for all customers we need to find out their average value, and we only need those customers who has more than 5 orders. Okay, so very simple. Let's first see the ERD. So if you see, we have the customers table here. Okay, so the customer table has a relationship directly with this order table. In the order table we have something called customer ID. Okay, now if you need to find out the total sales, so that means each customer how many times they have purchased, that we will see from this order item, because in order item we have this like quantity, product which they bought, and what is the total sale. So what I need to do, we need to join this order table with this OI, and then we need to join this customers table with this orders table, and then we can do a group by each customers to see their total sale. And once you have the total sales, we also need to ensure that those customers we select who has more than 5 orders, and we also need to select their average sale instead of total sales. Okay, so that is what we will do. So for that it's going to be really easy. I need orders table join with OI join with customers table. Okay, once I have it, I can simply do a group by. I can simply do a group by customers ID and the customer name. I want to display the name as well. Okay, and then I can do a sum on this two, because I need to find out the average sale, right? Not the total sales. Average order value. So to find the average order value, what I need to do is that I need to find out the sum of total sales, sum of total sale. So that means total purchase by each customers, and I need to divide by total number of times they have purchased, like total number of orders, not number of order from the order item, but number of orders from the orders table. Okay, so number of, like, how many orders they have bought, how many orders they have bought. So I would say number of orders. Okay, now I can explain this in example. Let's say there's a customer called Rahul, and Rahul, let's say, done 2 orders. Okay, and in each orders he has like purchased 5 different items. So in item table there will be like 5 total, different items, informations, but total order he has done only 2, right? And if you need to find out the average, let's say in 2 orders he has only spent $1,000. So the average is going to be 1000 divided by the number of orders, not number of item that he has ordered, because each item will have a different records in the order item table. So this is the reason this is important. Okay, you see now it's going to be what, 500, right? The average order value. So that is what we will do here. Okay, so let's first start with the join. So we will say that from orders as O, and we will again do a join which is going to be inner join, and we will join with customers as C. Okay, and on we're going to say that customers of customers ID, order of customers ID, both have the customers ID common, and then we will do a join with the orders item table, order item table. Okay, order items as OI. Okay, then I would say on, and I'm going to say OI of order ID and order of order ID. So everything is fine. I would say select everything to see the data. Okay, let's first see the data. So here you can see we have order ID, order date, order customers ID, everything is coming from the first table. And if you see, we have some information which is from the rest of the table. Okay, now what I need is that, very simple, I need to find out each customers and their total sale and then total orders. Okay, so let's see, if in case we want to find out the total sale, let's first find out each customer name. So you can see I can get the name from the customers table. So I would say C dot, because I have given customers table name as a C, customers ID. So let's start with the customer, C dot customer ID. So that's going to be customer ID, and I have first name and last name. Now I can again do a concat to join first and last name, or I can just do a first name and last name separately. So I would just go ahead and do a concat here. So to do a concat, you can simply go ahead and say C dot first name, which is going to be first name. Okay, and what I need is that C dot last name. Okay, so to concat you can simply use a sign something like this. Okay, you can simply go ahead and say here concat, and inside it you can put this to name. Okay, and here you can give a comma. Let's say we want to add a space between their name, so I would just give a comma, simple concat functions. Okay, and I'm going to save it as full name. Okay, so let's say I don't need this. Now once I have the full name, I would just want to see the total sale, so I would say sum of total sale. Okay, and for that I would just need to do group by customers ID, right? So group by customers ID and customer name, full name. So let's run it. Okay, and I can see we have each customer's ID, their full name and their total purchase, which is, you can see it here. Okay, now we only need those customers who has done more than 5 orders. Okay, so for that I need to count the total number of orders. So I would say count of O dot order ID. Okay, because total orders, this is going to give us the total orders. Okay, so let's execute it. You see the total orders they have done. See, now remember, we only need those customer who has done more than 5 orders, right? So that means here we need to filter. Okay, here we need to filter using having conditions. Okay, so that is fine. Now next, what I need, okay, so I need the average order. I don't need the total orders, I need their average order value. So average order value is going to be how many orders they have done divided by what is the amount they have spent. Okay, so this is going to give me the total amount they have spent, so divided by the number of orders they have done. So number of orders, How you're getting? Using this count functions. Okay, so you can just divide it. This is going to give you the average order value. Okay, this one I can save it AOV. Okay, comma. So that is it. Now let's run it. I will just need to filter only for those customers. We have 600 plus customers and their total orders, average order value. We only need those customers who has done more than 5 orders. Okay, so for that I would just need to filter using this count functions. So if you want to see, I would just go ahead and say having, because based on having, so if you are doing a group by and you want to filter on the aggregate value, you need to use a having. So having, you cannot use this alias, you need to use this the count functions here. So having count greater than 5. Okay, let's execute it. We have those customers, which is 290. You can see from here 290 customers who has done more than 5 orders. You can see 6 is included. Okay, and their total average order value, you can see it here. Okay, all right, so this is how we have solved problem number 3. Let's solve problem number 4 now. So you see the problem number 4 says monthly sales trend. Query monthly total sales over the past years. Challenge, display the sales trend grouping month by month. Return current month sale, last month sale. So we need to find out like each month and their sale. We need to return current month sale and the last month sale. Okay, so current month total sale, last month total sales, this is what we need to find out for the data that we have. So we need the data only for the past year. That means we only need the data for 1 year. So let's understand the things what we need. We need last 1 year data. Okay, so we need for each month their total sales, their sale, and we need their previous month sale. Okay, we need a join, only one join here we need to solve this problem, but we will need to use a window functions here called leg. Okay, so we will see how to use it. Now let's see the ERD to understand it. So you see we need the sale information, so I will be having the sale and everything from here, like the price and everything, but the order date will be here. So I will need to do a join between these two tables, and once I have a join based on this order ID, I can create a month column, and then I can basically see each month and their total sale by doing a group by the month. And once I have the month and their sale, then I can get the previous month sale using simple leg functions. Okay, so let's first do the join between the orders table, which is going to be here. That's going to be, okay, I did not close it, or okay, I enter it here, so I need to close it here. So let's go ahead and say start with the join. So from orders as O, and I would say inner join again, and I would say that order items as OI, and on what conditions? OI of order ID, O of order ID, yes, correct. I will just do a join to show everything to you now. You see I am getting everything from both the table. Okay, so what I need is now I need a month column. For each order date I need a month column, and I need the data for last 12 months. So first of all I have the data for 2020 as well here. So let's first filter the data for last 12 months. So for that it's a very easy approach. We can just go and say where, and we can use the extract functions here to filter the data for last 12 months. Okay, so there's multiple way you can do it. So I'm just going to say something like this. Okay, extract, and I would say year, or we can just say simply like we can just go ahead and say simply order date here, order date. Okay, and I would say greater than equals to, and here I need to select the last 12 month date, last 12 month old date. So if in case, see the today date is going to be 14 September, so 12 month old date is going to be what, 14 September but 2023. So for that I need to select a 12 month old date. So for that I can simply use a current date functions. Okay, current date minus, and I would say interval. Okay, inside brackets I can say 1 year. Okay, let me just show you this function, what this function does. Let's first show you this current date. So we can say select current date. You will see it's going to return today date from the system, which is 14th of September 2024. Okay, now if I need last 1 year date, so I can simply say interval minus 1 year. So this is going to give me 1 year old date. So you see I am getting 14 September but 2023. If I just say minus 1 month, so interval function is very useful. You can use interval functions to do this type of things. Okay, I'm getting this you can say 1 month old date like August, right? So you can even say minus 1 day. There's going to be 1 day old date, which is going to be 13 September. Okay, fine. Now what I need is I'm saying, hey, where order date is greater than, so this is a smaller date, right? The current date minus 1 year is going to be smaller date. So this is how I am filtering the data for last 1 year. Now if you see the data, we will only have the data for last 1 year, only 2023, 2024, but in 2023 we will have the data from September. Okay, now last 1 year, and we need each month and their total sale. So now we need to create a month column. For that, we can go ahead and use this column which is called order date. Okay, so to create a month column, it's a very simple approach. You can just say extract, and you need to say month from order date, because we need to get the order from this order date. We need to find the month number as, okay, month. Okay, so this is fine. If you want to simply go ahead and see the data, okay, if you just want to see what this extract functions does, I can show you. Select, and you can say extract, and you can say month from current date. So from the today date, it's going to extract 9. You can see it here. Okay, so we got the month which is here. Now along with the month, the problem is that if you do a month, so last year September, this year September is going to be considered as the same. So we do not want that. Last year September, we want to name it as a last year September, and this year September we want to name it as a this year September. So for that, what I will do, I would just get the month as well, and I would also get their year as well. So I will go ahead and say extract year. So this is going to give me the month. Okay, and this is going to give me the year. So once I have both of this thing, I can just say here as a month and here as an year. Okay, as year. Okay, and then what I need is that I need the total sales. So for that, I would just need what? I would just need the sum. Okay, so that's going to be sum of total sale. So this total sale will come from where? This OI table, because the total sales I have in the OI table. Okay, so that's the reason I have done the join. Order date will come from order table. This order date will come from the order table. Okay, now all the columns I have defined, this order table will come from this order table, because order date is in the order table. So this is it as a total, I would say total sale, and I need to do a group by, right? Because I need for each month and each year and their total sales. So I would do a group by what? This 2 columns. So group by 1 and 2. Okay, now let's see the data. Perfect. So we can see I have each month and their, and each year and their total sales. So I have total combine of 12 month and their total sale. Okay, so this is what is happening here. Okay, you can see September, and I have the total sales for all this month, and then I have their total sale for last 12, last 1 year. Okay, now what I can do is that here I can order the data. So I would want to order the data by what? I would want to order the data by year. So I would say year in ascending. So I get all the year of 2023 first, and then I would want to do by month in ascending. So small month come first. Okay, so I would just say, I mean, you can use this alias or you can just say 1 or 2. Okay, both way it works fine. Now you can see the earliest month that I have from this last year, which is September, then October, then November, then again you can see here I have month which is December, which is last 4 months I have in the last year, and from this year I have till here. Okay, so you can see it here. So total sales, we will find it from here. You can see total sales, I have it here. Okay, now this is the total sales for their current month, right? So if you see in September, we have done in 2023, we have done this total sales. Now we need to find out their August sale here. Okay, in a new column. Now the problem is that the data we have only for last 1 year. So then that means we don't have the August data. So here is going to be null. But if you see this October, for the October, this last month sale is going to be this total sales. So for that, we are going to use a window function called lag. So let's use a round functions here to convert this multiple decimal number. So for that, I would just go ahead and say here is that cut round and 2, and here I would put my functions. Okay, so this is going to round the result. Okay, this is going to round the result. Okay, and let's see again. Oops, I am getting some division error here. So here what I need to do is that I need to convert, it's a double precision error I'm getting, so I need to convert this data before doing a round. So for that, I would just use something called double colon numeric. Okay, same we do type casting because this data has double precisions, and we will need to first convert that into integer. Okay, so for that you can use the round functions. Let's now run it. Now you can see the data is converted into numeric, okay, which is an round functions. So this is fine. Next what I need is that very simple. Next after this what I need is that the last month a sale. Okay, so for that I would need a previous month sale here. Okay, so for this I would need sale here. So for that I will go ahead and use the window functions here, but I will need this data, so it's better to save this data in a CTE or subquery to reuse it. Okay, so I'm going to save it in a subquery for now, okay, to reuse it. So I would say select everything from, so usually I put the table name here, right? But I'm not going to put the table name here. What I will do is that I will save this query in a new table. Okay, so I will just click here, I'm just name it called T1. Okay, fine. So I am saying select everything from this T1 table that's creating by running this query. So let's go ahead and say what are the columns I need. I can select it, but for now let me just show you. I will have the same data, but I can reuse this column now. Okay, so I would just reorder this data. First I would just have this year, and then I would have the month. Okay, fine, I mean it's okay. So because I need to change again in the group by. Alright, so the columns I need here is that I need only the month. Okay, I need only the month here. Okay, or maybe I need the year as well. So I would say I need the year, and I need the month, and I need their total sale. Okay, so the total sale is this one. Okay, and the total sale I'm going to sell as a current month sale. I'm just giving a nice alias. Okay, so let me just run it. I will have the same data. Okay, you can see I have the same data, but I have just reordered it, right? Now what I want to do is that for this I want to find out the previous month sale, and I want to put it here. So for this I want to find out previous month sale. That's going to be this one. So we can use a lag function. So using lag you can get one previous record, one row previous record. Okay, so for that very easy, what you just need to do is that you need to say lag, which is a part of window functions. Okay, lag, and you can just put the column name on which column you want to do lag. So we want to do in this column, so I would say this total sale, and comma how many lag you want to go. So you want to go one row or two rows. So we want to go one row up. So here we want to go one row up. So here we will have null. Here we have this record. Here we have this record. Okay, so I would go ahead and say 1, and I would say over. Now here inside this you need to do the order by. So though we have done the order by here, okay, but we need to do order by here again. So I would say order by first. I want to do order by year, then I want to do a order by month. Okay, so you need to mention here called order by, and this is going to be my last month sale. Okay, so let's run it, and you will have each month and their sale and their last month sale, like 1 month before of the current month. So if you see here, the current month was September, the sale was 465k. The previous month record we don't have, it's a null. But here if you see in the August, we have 408k sale, and the previous month sale was 46k, which was in the September. Okay, so here if you see in the March, in the April we have 34,000 sale, previous month sale was 55,000. So based on this you can use a kind of percentage growth ratio as well, like how many percentage the sale has increased, how many percentage sale has decreased. So all those things you can do. Okay, so we will maybe see in the future example. So this is the question number 4 which we have solved. Now before we continue, I would like to request, if you're enjoying solving this problem, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and like the video or share your thought in the comment box. Now the question number 5 says customers with no purchase. So this is very interesting. We need to find out the customer who has not done any purchase. So just find the customers who have registered but never purchased an order. Challenge a list customers details and the time since their registration. So let's see if in case we have any registrations. Okay, so let's go ahead and see, select everything from customers. Okay, so in the customers we do not have any registrations yet, unfortunately. Okay, but we can find out the customers who has not done any purchase. Now this one we can solve using 2 approach, which I am going to show you. So let's run it, and you can see we do not have any registrations date. Okay, cool. Now let's see how we can solve it. So we need to find out the customer who has not done any purchase. Now if you see this table, we have this customer table that is connected directly with the order table. So if the customer purchase any order, that means the customer's ID will appear in the order table. So that means in the order table, if we do not have the customer's ID, those are the customers who has not done any purchase. Okay, so simply using a subquery we can solve it. We can say that select all the customers from all the distinct customers ID from this order table, and then we can use that as in the where conditions here. Okay, and we can say select everything from the customers where the order ID is not available in this order. The second approach, we can do a left join. We can say select everything from this left table, so that means all the customers will be selected, and then based on those customers we will have all those orders. Now wherever we have null, we can filter out saying that where the order ID is null. So that is how we will have those customers who has not done any purchase. So let's see using subquery how we can solve it. So I'm going to say select everything from customers. Okay, now I can see I have everything, and the same way I can go to order table and I can say select everything from orders. Okay, in the orders also I have the customer's ID, right? So you see I have the customer's ID. So here I can go ahead and say select all this customer's ID. So distinct customer's ID, distinct customer ID. So I will have all the distinct customers ID. So you can say 686 customers ID, I got it from here, and this distinct I can use here as a where conditions. I can say select everything, and here I have the customer ID. If the customer ID exists in this query, that means those customer has done purchase, which we do not need. So what I can say is that where not in. Okay, and inside this parenthesis I can put this whole query. So this query is going to be executed only where this customers not available in this table. Okay, so where customer ID, right? I need to define the column name. Where condition is always used in the column name. Let's see. So I have 212 customers who has never done any purchase. Okay, now you can see it here. Now if in case we have a column called their registrations date, so if in case we have a column called their registrations date, and if you want to see the number of days, so you can use that column minus current date. You know that you can say the current date minus that column. That is how you will be able to kind of find out the registrations date. So suppose we have a column called rec date, you can just minus from current date. So this is going to give you the number of days in difference between that registration date and this current date. Okay, so for now I'm just going to cancel it because we do not have a registrations date, or I can just go ahead and keep it. We don't have that registrations date. Okay, so this is one of the approach. Now second approach, you can solve it using left join. If you want, I can show you. So we can go ahead and say that we want everything from the customers table. So select everything from, first of all, customers SC, and I would say left join, and I would say orders SO. Okay, and I would say on, and here I'm going to say customers as a C, and I would say left join order SO, and I would say on this customers ID of customers ID, right? So both table have a customers ID. Select everything. So I have everything, you can see it here. Now I can simply go ahead and say here that where this order ID, okay, or where this order date is not available, I need only those customers and details. Okay, so for that I first need to say here two things. One is that this customers ID. Okay, let's see what are the things I need. So I would go ahead and say where, and this customers ID in this table is null. Okay, because we have this customers ID in this table, some customers ID is a null. For those customers who has not purchased, the customers ID is not going to be available, right? So we will have null. So I can just go ahead and say order table of customer ID is null. Okay, let's see if in case we have any records. Yes, you see for all those 212, same 212 customers, okay, we have no order ID, no date, no customers, no sellers, no order status, because they have never purchased anything, right? So very cool. So let's go ahead and see our next question. Okay, so this is how we have solved this question using both the approach. Okay, I can just write my approach 1. Now you let me know which approach do you like it in the comment box. So let's go ahead and say approach 2. I usually prefer the subquery if it's a smaller data, otherwise this join if it's a large data set, because subquery takes a lot of time. So the question number says best selling category by state. Okay, so in each state we need to find out the category that has the highest sale. Okay, so that would be only one category, right? So let's see what are the things we need. It seems include the total sales for category within each state. Okay, so that is what we need. Very simple approach. We can go to ERD and check. We need each state, so that we will have in the customers table. You can see it here, and for each state we need to find out the total sale for each category. Now this is very complicated. Why? Because you see, state I have in the customer table, and the category I have in the this table, which is called category table. Okay, so I will need to join this customer table with this order table. Okay, and then I need to join this order table with this order item table, so that I have each customers and their total purchase. Then I need to get this category name, so for that I will join this product table, and then I will join this category table. So all this join we will have to do to find out inside each state each category and their sale. Okay, you can see it here. We need to find out best selling product category in each state. So we need the state, and inside each state we need all this category and their sale, and we need to select only one category. So we'll be also using window functions. Okay, so a lot of joins we will be doing here. So all these are going to be inner join here to solve it. So let's start with the join. So I will go ahead and say here what I need is that from orders as O. Now the order of execution is going to be very simple. So from the order table I will need the customer state. So for that I will join based on this customer's ID and customer's ID. Once I have it, then I will join with the order item, and from the order item I will get the product ID. So I will join with the product table, because at the end I need this category name, and from category to category I will join it. So order of execution is going to go like this and this and this, this and this and this. Okay, so join with what? With the customers as C. Okay, which is going to be the same conditions. Okay, I already have done it here. So on customers ID and the customers of customers ID. Okay, I need to do one more join, which is called order items this time, because I need to get the product ID, and based on the product ID I can get the category ID. So I would say order items as OI equals what? Here I'm going to say that join with what? Join with order items as OI, not equals, and with what condition? So I would say on both the table has a common column, which is called the O dot order ID equals OI dot order ID. Okay, so I'm saying that whatever I have got from here, I'm joining with this order items as OI, and I am joining with this. Okay, now let me just execute it to see if there is any syntax error. So when you do a multiple join, it's better to check after every join. Okay, so it seems yes, I'm getting everything, so which is perfect. I got the product ID as well, because from here, which is from the order item, so you can see here I have the product ID. Now what I need based on the product ID, I'm going to join with what? I'm joining with the products table. So I would say joins products as P, and I would say on what? OI of product ID equals, and I would say that what is the common column? So P dot product ID. Okay, so again after doing the join, let's see if in case I'm getting everything from the product table. Yes, you see I'm getting the COGS price category ID. Okay, because I need the category ID to get the category name. So I will again say join, one more join category as C, and I'm going to say on what? On C dot category ID equals, and P dot, what table have the category ID common column, right? Category ID. Let's see it one more time. Now I will have everything. So I did a mistake here. Category SC, and okay, I did not select it. I think everything. Let me select everything. Table C specified more than once. Okay, so we have this category SC, customers SC, so we need to define it as like C80. Okay, and here I'm going to define it called C80. So let's go and run it. Alright, so now you can see I have the same number of sale, but I have all the column combined together. Okay, so I have now each and everything. I have the category name, category ID, COGS, price, product name. Okay, so whatever I need, I have it. Now for each sale I have the state as well. You can see the state as well. So for each state I need each category and their total sales, right? So that is what we need. So let's go ahead and select the things I need. So I need here, if you see, you first need to identify what is the first column that you want to do a group by. So first we want to do a group by each state, and then we want to do a group by each category to see aggregated sale, right? So I would say state that is coming from that customers table. So customer table of state. Okay, and I would select the category that is coming from this category table, that's called cat dot category. Okay, and I would say sum of sale that is coming from OI. Okay, OI of total sale as a total sale. Okay, so all this join we have done, and I'm just going to say order by, I mean not order by, group by, because I need a aggregated value, right? So each category may have multiple sale. If you see here, we have each category and so many sales, and we have so many states, right? So we first need to do a group by each state, so that we can see inside each state each category and their total sale. So I am doing group by state, then category, and then total sale, which is aggregated sale. So group by 1 and 2, and if I just run this query now, I will have each state and their total sale. First I need to check if there is a spelling mistake. So it's called category name. Okay, so let's kind of run it again. Now I have each state, each category, and the total sales. I will just need to do an order by to show you the result. Okay, so I would say order by maybe just by the state. Okay, and maybe I would say 3 in descending. I want to see each category in the highest state with the highest sale first. So let's run it. Okay, now you can see we have each state, which is California, coming first, and all this different category and their sale. You see in the California, electronics has the highest sale, which is 63,096 and 17, and same way, I mean this state also has electronics, because electronic has the highest sale. So all the state has the same category, so most probably. Okay, so this is what you can see it here. Now the way we can select each state and the one product that has highest sale, so for that we can use a window functions called rank here. So California, we need one product. We need, for Colorado, we need one category. So each state and we need one category. So for that I can simply use a window functions called rank here. Syntax is very simple. You say rank over, and you just need to do partitions by, because inside each state I need the rank. I don't need a global rank like overall rank. So I would say partition by what, which is called category. That's kind of cat name. That's coming from C table, which is cat table, and I would need to say order by here. So order by this total sales. You cannot use the alias in descending. So inside each partition, inside each partitions, which is my inside each state, I am selecting one product that has the highest sale, one category, and I'm naming it call the rank. Okay, so let's run it. You will see the rank. So for California, this category electronics will have the rank 1. Same way like Newark, electronics will have the rank 1. So every state will have the product that has the highest rank 1. Okay, we can again twist it. We can say that each category and the lowest product rank. Okay, so let's see if in case any difference we can see. So here I'm just going to say maybe ascending instead of this. Okay, and I would also say here in ascending. I mean this is not mandatory, but again let me just show you if there is any difference in the data. AES ascending, even you don't have to define the spelling, is ASC. Oops. Is ASC. Okay, now let's see. If I now execute this query, I will have each states and the product that has the ranking. I mean I don't need this order by, otherwise it's going to give us confused. Let's see. So now the lowest rank is going to given the product that has the category that has the least sale. So in Georgia, you see this product has the least sale, which is called pet supply. In this state as well, this is the pet supply. So it seems for all the states or till Texas, we have this pet supply, which is the least sale. But if you see here, this Kansas that has the sports, which is the least sale. sports category, and okay. So now what we need is that we need this rank equals 1. Okay, so we need this rank equals 1. So that is going to select all the states that has see, okay, here you see for this state this has this rank, and for okay, so I did a mistake here. Okay, so this the mistake is that I need to partition not by the category name, partition by the state, because in state I want to do a partitions and I want to see each category and their total sales. Okay, so let me just kind of run it again. So now you see in the California pet supply has the least sale, so getting rank 1 because I have done the ranking in ascending orders. So let's see in the Colorado we have clothing that has the least sale. Now this is interesting, right? Let's see in Florida we have pet supplies, and let's say in Hawaii we have home kitchen. Okay, so this is interesting. So we can go ahead and now here is that filter the data based on this rank. Okay, so for that I can save this in a subquery or in a CTE, both way it works fine. So I will this time use a CTE. So I'm going to say with ranking table. So this is the city name, you can give any name, and I'm going to say S, and inside this S I need to put this query, the whole table. Okay, so because you cannot use a where functions here because this is not an actual column, we have used a window functions to create this column. So you can say here where. Now here in city, here you need to select the data whatever you need from this ranking table, because this query is going to create a table, and from that table you will just select the data. So I would say I need everything from this ranking table. Okay, where I would say ranking table has a column called what, rank equals 1. So I will have each state and their total sale, okay, based on the least sale. Okay, so I have total 39 states, total data set for each states, and these are the state that has the rank 1. That means this is the lowest rank because I have ordered this time in ascending order. Alright, so we can check the data. So you can see for different states we have the different data. Okay, perfect. So we can go ahead and kind of save it, and I am just going to remodify the question, best selling product. So I would say list selling category by each state. Okay, so again list selling product. Okay, so let me just update these questions in the problem statement. Alright, so let's kind of go ahead and execute it. So we have got it. So if you see, we have used multiple approach here, right? So first of all we have done the join step by step. Now see, you need to understand the order of execution. I have followed the order of execution properly, and once I've done the join, I have seen the data and I have selected the respective columns, and then I have used a group by, and then I have used the window functions, and then I have selected the data I needed. Okay, so that is the question number, that was question number 6. Let's see the question number 7. So the question number 7, let's read the question number 7 first of all. Okay, so it says customers lifetime value, calculate the total value of orders placed by each customers over their lifetime, rank customer based on their customers lifetime value. Okay, so this is kind of really easy, but we just need to use the ranking. So each customers will have a ranking based on the Amazon sales. Okay, first of all we need to find out each customers and their total purchase, and then we need to use a simple window functions. Then we just need to use a simple ranking, okay, which is called, dense rank we will be using. So to find out each customers and their lifetime sale, we just need to join this customers, orders, and this table. Okay, these 3 tables. I think we have already done similar type of join. I can just copy paste it and reuse it. So let's see, customers and orders. Let's see if we have a customers table. So we have customers and orders. Yes, this is what I am looking for. So orders, customers, order item. Okay, so this join what I need. So let's write down this step-by-step approach. Okay, what I need is that I would just need to join customers with order item. Okay, once I have it, I can just do a group by customers ID group by, and I would have a sum on this total sales. Okay, once I have it, then I can simply order by total sale, and I can use a simple rank functions. Okay, that's it, global rank this time. So I would have the join, and I'm getting like whatever I need. So each customer's ID, customer's name, and their total sales. I don't need anything else. So it says customers lifetime value, which is called CLTV, which is customers lifetime value. And I would just don't need having here. Okay, let's execute it. So we'll have each customers and their lifetime total sales. Okay, you can see it here. Now I would just need to order by the highest customer, the total sale with the highest customer first, and then I can give that customer as a ranking one. So for that I would say order by column 3 and descending. Okay, let's execute this query, and we will have the customer that has purchased highest, okay, which is Henry. You can see this customer has purchased 1,71,000, which is 171k. This is Brian, so Brian has purchased 165, and so on, so on. So each customer should have a ranking here. For that I am going to use a dense rank here. Now the reason I'm using dense rank, because if there are multiple customer has the same number of amount, so they will have same rank. Okay, so dense rank over, so I would just need to do order by here. So order by what? Order by this total sale. I cannot use the alias here. Now this time I'm going to use descending, and I'm going to say as customer ranking. Okay, so this is a global ranking. I don't need the order by now. So let's execute this query and you will have a ranking. So the customer highest purchase got rank 1, then rank 2, 3, so on, so on. Okay, and if two customer has the same sale amount, they will have the same ranking. We can verify it if there is any. So 686, 668. So that means, yeah, there are few customers who has the same ranking. Again, you can go through and you can find it if there are two customers have the same ranking. But yes, there are few customers who have the same ranking based on the total purchase amount. Okay, we can just check. Yes, you can see here. Okay, 581 ranking given to two customers. That's called this Sabir Wilson and Jack Parker, because they both have, I mean, three customers. You can see three customers there as well. So they both have 1499, 1499, 1499 amount purchase. Okay, so that is the reason we have used dense ranking. So the question number 8 says inventory stock alert, query product with stock level below a certain threshold less than 10 unit. Okay, challenge, include the last restock date and warehouse informations like warehouse ID and everything. Okay, so we need to find out those product informations where, let me just see inventory table. So we don't need any join here. So inventory, so you can see the inventory table. We have the inventory table here and we have the stock column here. We need those product where the stock is less than 10. Okay, and we just need to return the last stock date. We can return the product information as well. For that we just need to do a join with the product table. Okay, we have a product ID here. That's going to be a great idea. So let's go ahead and say that I need everything here. I would say where, very simple one. Okay, where stock is less than 10. Okay, so you can see it here. I have stock is less than 10. I have total 51 stock where the stock is less than 10. If you see in the inventory we have 765 product. Okay, so less than 10 I have total what, 51 products. Okay, you can see it here. Let's say now I need the product name as well. I can do that if in case I need it, though it has not mentioned, but I'm just going to show you how you can get it, because inventory and the product table, they have a common column that's called what, let me see, that is called product ID. Both the table has common column, that's called product ID. So based on the product ID I can do a join. I can say inventory as I, and I would go ahead and say join. Okay, join what, product as P. Now here it is important thing is that you need to make sure that this where condition you are doing after the join. Okay, I'm going to select what I need is that maybe the inventory ID. So I would say maybe everything of I, and I need the product name. So P dot product name, and the conditions, on conditions I need to define before the where conditions. I would say P dot, here I call it P dot product ID and I dot product ID. So let's run it. Let's see a mistake that I have done. Let's say everything. Okay, let's select everything from both. So I have everything. Now I would just select the column I need. I would say I dot, what I need is that I dot inventory ID, in inventory id, what I need. Next, what I need, the p dot product name, which is coming from product table, and I need I dot stock as a current stock left or remaining, and last stock date, that I need I dot last stock date. Okay, so that's going to be last underscore stock date. Let's run it. We just need warehouse id as well, so I would say warehouse id. Okay, because I only have the warehouse id from the inventory table. Okay, so we can create maybe a warehouse table as well, but yeah, so we have the warehouse information here based on the id. We have this inventory id, we have the product name. You see the pet water fountain, only one quantity is left at the moment. Last stock date was last year, I mean 2 years back. Okay, all right, so this is how we have solved this question number 8. Let's save it and let's get the question number 9. So the question number 9 says, identify the orders where the shipping date is later than 7 days after the order date. Okay, include the customer's details like order details and the delivery provider. So we need a lot of details here. Okay, let's first understand what is saying. It's saying query the orders details. You see, order details we need where the shipping date is later than 7 days. If the shipping date is more than 7 days, we need the order details. Okay, and we need customers details, so we need customers informations. We need to join it with customers informations to get the customer details. We need the order details, so we will join with the order details, and we need the delivery providers. Okay, we don't need anything with the sale amount, so we don't have to join with the OI. So for the delivery providers, we will do join with the shipping table. Okay, so let's understand with the ERD. If you see here in the ERD, what you need is the customer name, so that I will have it from this customer table. I will join customer table with the order table, so I will have each customer's address, state, whatever I need, and I will have their order information, like order date. Once I have the order date and order ID, I will need to check their shipping information. So for that, I will join with the shipping table based on the order ID and order ID, and I will check the shipping date, right? And I need to find out the difference between order date and the shipping date. So if this order and shipping date is more than 7 days, I need those details. Okay, that's it. So for that, again, very simple. I am just going to start with a join call orders as O, and I would say join customers as C, and on what conditions. So the condition is going to be simple, which is called C dot customer ID equals O dot customers ID. Okay, so the join is done. Let me just show the data, select everything from both table. Okay, this time we're going to do join with the shipping table. So I would say join, and I would say shipping as S. Okay, and on. So the condition is going to be O dot order ID. Both table have the order ID common column, right? So S dot order ID. So let's execute it. Let's see for each order ID if you have the shipping informations. Okay, we have the shipping provider, delivery status, return date, shipping date. Okay, so this is what we need. We have got whatever we need. We have the customer's information as well. Now we only need to select those informations where this shipping and the return, the shipping date and the order date is more than 7 days. That the difference between order date and the shipping date is more than 7 days. Okay, so you need to understand the shipping date will be always bigger than this order date. Okay, because the order date is the first, then it is being shipped, right? That's how this e-commerce works. So we can say go ahead and say where, and we can say where this order date, which is going to be this, the difference between these two, right? The difference between these two must be more than 7 days. So I would say that, which is going to be the bigger one first, which is going to be shipping date S dot shipping date. Okay, minus O dot order date. Okay, so before that, if I just want to show you this shipping date and order date difference, I can just print it here. You will see the difference days in count. Okay, by default. So in Postgres, you don't have to do anything called date diff or anything. By default, you will have it. You see, This is showing each orders and their shipping days. Okay, it took 5 days, it took 3 days. Okay, it shipped after 4 days, it shipped after 5 days. It like the time, it like the day it took to ship the product. Okay, so this is what we are doing. We are going to say ship date minus the order date is greater than 7. Okay, let's see. Now let's run it. Okay, seems like we don't have any product where this the shipping and the order date is more than 7. Let's reduce this threshold to 5 days. Let's see if we have any. Let's reduce to 1 day. There's something wrong I'm maybe doing. Let me just verify it. Okay, so for 1 day we have, so for 2 day also we should have, right? Because I can see here 5 days as well. Yes, so for 4 days, let's check. Okay, for 4 days also we have, so why we're not having for 7 days? Let's check. Okay, maybe the 5 is the maximum days it seems. So let's say 5 days. So it seems like 5 is the maximum. So let's keep the threshold to 3 days. Okay, let's keep the threshold to 3 days. And so this is how we have got the result what we are looking for. This one I can save it as days took to ship. Okay, now a little meaningful name, and let's reduce this threshold which is here to 3 days instead of 7 days. Okay, so let's run it again, and you can see I have all the informations whatever I need. Now I can, from here I can select the column that I need. So it says return the customers information, so everything I need from the customers table, and so that's going to be C dot star and order details and the providers. Okay, so for that let's go ahead and see whatever I need. So I would say star, okay, C dot star everything from the customers table, and I need from the order details, so everything from the order table, so O dot star, and I'm going to say what I need is the from the shipping table is just the delivery providers, so that means the shipping provider. So that's going to be S dot shipping providers. Okay, let's run it. Okay, S dot shipping providers. So what is the mistake we're having? Okay, I missed a comma here. Alright, so the things I need, I already got it. Order ID, customer name, first name, last name, state, address, and the shipping providers, and the days it took to ship, which is more than 3 days. You can see it here. Okay, so we have total 8,000 records out of 21,000, which took more than kind of 3 days. Okay, so this is how we have solved this question, which is called question number 9. So let me just update this in days to 3 days, which is going to be here. Alright, so now let's see the question number 10, which is payment success rate. Calculate the percentage of successful payment across all orders and include the breakdown payment status, which is fail and pending. Okay, so let's see the database we need and the payment information that will come from here, and based on the order ID we can join with the order table. Okay, so that is what we will do. So we'll say from orders as O, and I will say join payments as P, and on what conditions? So I would say on O dot order ID, both have the order ID as a common column, so I would say P dot order ID. Okay, P dot order ID, and I will say select everything from both. So let's see the data. We have everything, so we just need to do a group by the payment status, so we can see each payment status P dot payment status, and I would say sum of, count of stars. That's going to give me each payment status and the total count. Okay, as total count. Okay, let's see. For that I need to do a group by 1, because I need an aggregated count, right? Group by 1. Alright, now you can see payment fail we have 488, and payment success rate which we have 18301, and we have refund date which is called 2840. Now we can, if in case we need the each this payment success rate ratio, then we can simply go ahead and say that count divided by, and we need the global count here. We need the total transactions, right? So for the total transactions, you can just go ahead and say select, and you can say count of star. Okay, count of star from payments. Okay, so from the payment, let's see how many payments we have, and then we are using that in a subquery. So that is going to give us the payment number of transactions for each category divided by the total payments and times with 100. So that's how I will have the ratio. So the success ratio, if you want to measure, we will just need to convert into numeric. So this result, I would say numeric, okay, because I'm getting a conversion error here. Also convert it into numeric. Let's now run it. Okay, now you can see we have the payment success ratio, that's going to be 84% as a success. Refunded is the 13%. So refunded and this, they both are part of success ratio, that's going to be 84% plus 13%, and then payment fail is only 2.2%. okay, so that means 97.8% is the payment success. Okay, which is kind of good. Okay, so now let's see the question number 11. Let's see how we can solve the question number 11. The question number 11 says top performing sellers. Now this is a little complicated question, we need to understand it. So it says find the top 5 seller based on the total sales value. The first step is very simple. We need to find out the top 5 sellers based on the total sales value. The second says include both successful and the failed orders. For each of the sellers, we need to find out how many successful and how many failed orders they have done, and then they display their percentage of successful. Okay, now to solve it, let's first go to this database and let's see. We have the sellers information here. They are based on the seller ID, they are connected with the order stability or seller ID is here. So that means we can join this and this, and then if in case we want to find out each seller total sale, I need to do join with this order item, and then I need to do a group by the sellers, which I will do. Okay, so let's first go ahead and say that what I need is that I need everything from orders as O, and I'm going to say that next what I need is that join. Okay, and I'm joining with what? I'm joining with sellers. So sellers as S, and I would say on, and O dot, I would say order, O dot seller ID. They both have seller ID common column, seller ID equals, and I would say S dot seller ID. Okay, once my join is done, I get almost whatever I need. Okay, so this is fine. Next what I need is that I need to find out each sellers and their total sale. For that I need to do a one more join with order item. So I would say join order item as OI and on, and I'm going to say OI on what? So on, I would say OI dot order ID equals O dot order ID, because they both have order ID is a common column, right? Let's verify it if this is working. So order items, so that was a typo, so that's fixed. Now we should have the result. Let me just save it. We have the result. Okay, so what I need now is that we need to find out each seller and their total sale. Okay, so seller ID, I can do a group by seller ID and name, and I can do a sum on this total sale that is coming from this OI. Okay, so I will go ahead and say that seller ID, okay, seller name, sum of what? Total sale as total sale. Okay, now I need to group by first and 2 to get this aggregated value 1 and 2. Okay, so column reference seller ID must ambitious. Okay, I would just need to say it's coming from S, is coming from S, and this is coming from OI. Let's run it. Okay, now we have each sellers and their name and the total sales. I will just need to do order by here to find out the top 5. Order by 3 descending, and I would say limit 5. So this is how I will be selecting the top 5. Okay, let's run it. So you can see now I have the top 5 based on the total sales amount. Okay, now what I need is that for this top 5 I only need the seller ID. Okay, so I will just go ahead and say that what I need. Okay, I'm going to save it in a CT, so I would say with top sellers, okay, and S, and I'm going to say insert this CTE. Okay, so that's my first CTE. Now what I need else is that I need now for each of these sellers, I need to find out each of the different type of order status and their count. So if you see the table which is called orders, so that table has something called order status column. That means for each sellers we can find out this order status, like the count of this order status. So for that, what I just need to do is that I need to select here from order status, and I would just need to say count of star, and I can just do a group by. Okay, group by one. So you can see for each order status I would have different counts. Okay, so this is what I will be using, but I will need to find out for each of these 5 sellers that I have it here, for them what is their this each status and their count. Okay, so for that I would just need to do a join with this table with this table. Okay, so this table I can kind of, how can I do a join, right? So to do a join here, I can go ahead and say here is that I would just give a comma here. Okay, and I am going to start with a new city which is called with, and I would just give a comma here, and I'm just going to save this data in another city. Okay, so the city I would name it call, which is called order status. Okay, order status S, and I'm going to save it in the CTE. Okay, now this city has order status count. Now here I would need seller ID as well, right? So I would say seller ID. Okay, so seller ID, and I would need to do a group by the seller ID as well. So seller ID, then order status. Now if we just executed this, you will see I have each seller and their order status and their count. Okay, so this is, I'm going to say call order status. I would just say something called seller order status. It's a second city, I will just need to give a comma here. Okay, so this is my second city. Now I will just need to do a join with the first, with this whatever I'm getting from this CTE. Okay, with this CTE. So that is how we can solve it. Okay, so the way I can do a join, I can do a join itself here only inside this city as well. So that is also going to work fine. So what I can do is that I can say inner join. Okay, now inner join means I can simply say join, and here this table I can name it called as O. Okay, now as O, and here I would say join with what, and I can join with the first city, which is going to be this top sellers. Now they both have what common? They both have common column which is called seller ID. I would say on ts dot seller ID equals O dot seller ID. So this is going to only select those seller ID who exist in both the table. Okay, and then I'm going to store the data into call, which is seller reports as this. Okay, now I would just select everything from the seller reports. So I would go ahead and say select everything from this seller reports. Let's see what we get from the seller reports. Let's run it. Let's see the result. So seller's ID is I would just need to kind of select from where it is coming. So this is coming from O, and this is coming from, this is called O. Okay, now I would just able to execute it. Alright, so now we can see for all these 5 sellers, okay, all these 5 sellers I have different status and their count. Okay, so what I can do, I can just go ahead and do an order by here. Okay, I can simply go ahead and do an order by here, and I would say order by, let's say the seller ID, which is called order by 1. Okay, Now for each sellers, and if in case you need the name, so you can select one more column here called ts dot seller name, because this ts table has a seller name as well, right? So seller name as well. So I would just need to do a group by seller name, seller id, and the seller status. So three group by here, and order by here I can do by one. Okay, let's run it and we will have kind of the result. So I missed something here. Let's check order status. Okay, I missed a comma here. Let's kind of execute. All right, so you can see now I have for each sellers their different status and their different count. But if you see here, only I'm selecting the 5 sellers who has the highest 5 sale, I mean who falls in the top 5 based on the highest sale. So now you can see it here, right? So we have almost solved 99% of our problems. What else we need? Let's see. So it says we got this include both successful and fail orders. Okay, display their percentage of successful orders. Now we have different things here, like we have return, we have cancelled, and we have completed. Okay, so we can go ahead and like we can ignore the in progress, we can ignore this return, whichever it is return, but because that is not the seller hand, we can see this cancel and this completed. Okay, so we can see this cancel and completed, and based on this we can find out the ratio. Okay, so let's go ahead and use a where condition here. Before this group by, I can go ahead and say where, and I'm going to say where this order status, now I need to filter out this order status not equals to what, not equals to this in progress. Okay, so entered correct spelling, and or I can just use a in here. Okay, not in, so we need to use not in from this in progress, or what, return. Okay, now we can again run it. This time we will, each sellers we will only have this status. Let's kind of select everything, and now we have for each sellers and their name, we have their completed orders and we have their cancel order. For example, for this iSadly, you can see completed is 1800 and for iSadly cancel is 48. For maybe Amazon Basics, you can see completed 1700 and for Amazon Basics is 42 is cancelled. Okay, now let's see how we can get for each sellers the total orders in one column, and then we want like total cancel in one column, and then we want total completed in one columns. So then we can do some comparison between them, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use pivoting. So I would pivot based on these two columns, and I would use a case statement based on this, and I would create two new columns. So what I can do here is that I can go ahead and say select seller ID first, and then I need seller name. All these things I'm getting from this seller reports, which is from my previous city. You can see that city where I have done join and everything. And what I need is I'm going to use a case here. Okay, so I'm going to say case when for this, for every sellers, when this order status is completed. Okay, so I would say when, then, else, and. Okay, so these are the things a case accepts. So I would say when, and when what, when this order status, when this order status underscore status equals, and here I need to say completed, then what I want is this total orders. Okay, then I want to return this total orders. Okay, so I would say then return me total orders, else return me 0. Now I can, outside these functions, I can use a sum functions to see how many total orders I have. Okay, so this one I'm just going to save it as a completed orders. Okay, fine. Next what I need is that I need the same thing, but this time I want to check for cancelled. Okay, for each again each sellers. So I would just go ahead and say here I'm going to use something called cancelled, C capital, and I want to check what, cancel. Okay, and I also want to print the total orders, so I'm going to do a group by this too. So I would again say that sum of total orders, that's going to be sum of total orders. Okay, so for each sellers, whatever the orders I have, I will have it here. Okay, so whatever the total orders I have, so that's going to be sum. If I do a sum, see I'm doing a group by this too, so sum is going to be like for this sellers, whatever the records I have, it's a sum, right? So same way here I'm also doing a sum, so the sum is going to be like for that sellers all this sum where this order status is completed. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. So our problem is almost solved, so I would need to select everything and I need to execute it. So I just missed a group by here, so group by 1 and 2. Okay, so I have two categorical column, let's execute it. Now I can see I have each sellers, okay, their completed orders I have basically grouped from one column to two columns now. So their completed orders here, you can see their cancel order here, their sum, which is kind of the total orders. Okay, so this one I want to name it call as total orders. Okay, now what I need is that I need to find out, see last what I need is the percentage of successful orders. Okay, that's the last task. For that I can use a one more city, or without making complicated I can solve it here as well. Okay, so the completed order percentage is going to be what? The successful order percentage is going to be like the total completed orders divided by this total orders. Okay, so for that I can reuse this again. So I would just need to copy everything from here and I would divide it by what? That's going to be the total orders, which is this. You cannot use alias, but if you want to use this column name you can create one more city, but for me I would just want to use it here without making it more kind of complicated. So this is fine, and this is going to give me the result that I'm looking for. I would just need to use something called numeric here. Okay, so I would just convert the result into numeric to ensure that I don't get division error. Here also I would use numeric. Okay, this one I'm going to save it as call completed, what was the requirement, successful order. Okay, successful order ratio. So this is going to be percentage of successful orders, right? So as successful order ratio. Okay, or you can say percentage. Okay, let's execute it and I'm going to explain like whatever we have done from this first. Okay, now I can see for each sellers we have their total completed orders, we have their total cancelled orders, and we have their total orders. So we have just what we have done is just we have divided this total completed by this total orders, and you can see 97% success ratio for being the orders from the total orders being getting completed, right? So that's 97% chance is there. For this one you can see it's 97%, so all this one has 96%. So this is what we have done. Now let me explain one more time step by step the order of executions what we have done. Okay, so we wanted to find out for each sellers the total orders and their total completed orders and their total cancel orders. That is what we need to find out, but we only wanted the data for the top 5 sellers based on the total revenue. So what I have done here, if you see here, I have first joined this, because see first I have taken out each seller's ID and seller name. So I have joined this seller table, order table and the order item table to get each sellers and their seller name, and for that I wanted to find out the total sale. So simple group by joining 3 tables, and I'm just doing an order by and limiting to 2. That's how I'm selecting the top 5 sellers and I'm storing that into this top sellers. Okay, then I'm creating one more additional city. So in that city I am selecting the seller ID, seller name and the order status, and that is from the order table. Okay, so that for each seller ID, each seller name, I get to know what is the total order they have done, and inside each status, because I'm doing group by 3 columns. Okay, and that is how I get to know each seller's each status like completed, cancel, and the total number of orders they have done. Okay, now I am just filtering out in progress and return because that is not necessary here. Now I am doing this city, I'm joining with this in the previous city inner join, so that ensure that only I select the top 5 sellers from the previous city, because it's an inner join I have done here. Okay, so that is fine. I have done 3 group by, you can see it here, and that is the results I'm storing in something called sellers reports. So I have now 2 city. Now then what I have done is that here is that I am selecting now each sellers and seller name, and I am selecting the total completed orders using simple case statement and total cancel order using simple case statement, and then I'm saying total orders. So I need to do a group by the sellers and the seller name, and I'm using some functions here, and then here I am getting the order completed percentage by simply dividing the total completed order divided by the total orders, and multiply with 100 using some numeric to convert it into decimal. So this is one of the really complicated questions, so you can go through this video 2 or 3 times to understand it better. So this is how we have solved the question number 11. Let's see the question number 12 now. Another question number 12 says product profit margin. Calculate the profit margin for each product, difference between the price and the cost of good sold. Okay, now challenge is that rank product by their profit margin showing the highest to lowest. Okay, so we need to find out the profit margin. So profit margin is going to be difference between the price and the cost of goods. Okay, so cost of good, that means the purchasing cost and the selling cost. Okay, so let's first see how to find the profit. So to find the profit, you can see in the product table we have something called COGS, and in this sale item we have something called price per unit. Okay, so that means we can simply minus from this price per unit, we can minus this COGS. That's how we will be having the profit. Then we will need to see each product and their total profit. For that we can do a group by the product ID, and we will see the total profit, and then we can just rank the product based on the profit. That is what we need. Okay, so let's write down the step-by-step approach. So we need orders table, we need to join with order item table, because in order table we have the product information. So we will join with the product table because we need the product ID and the product name, right? Once we have it, for each product we will do a group by product ID. Okay, so we'll do a group by the product ID. We'll do a group by the product ID. Once you do a group by the product ID, we can do a sum on this. Once you do a group by the product ID, we need to find out the profit. So to find out the profit, the formula is going to be like this. Okay, so we will say total sale minus, which is going to be price. Okay, now we need to minus the COGS, right? So COGS is going to be COGS times quantity, because this total sale is the price times quantity, and this the COGS times quantity we need to minus, and then we need to do a sum on these two functions. So that's going to be sum, and that is going to be that's going to be our profit, right? And then we just need to do a rank based on this profit each product. So that is what we will do. Let's go ahead and start with the joining orders as O, and I would say join order items as OI, and I would say on, and O dot order ID equals, I would say OI dot order ID. Okay, both table has the order ID as a common column. Let's kind of see if it's working. So let's run it. Cool, so we have done the first join. Now I will just join with the products. So products as P, and I would say on P dot, I would say product ID equals O dot product, because both table has the product ID as a common column, right? Let's join, and you will see I have let's see, then I have P dot product ID. Okay, so once I do a join, I will have kind of each informations. Now here I don't need this order table, so I can just eliminate this order table. Okay, so for that I would just go ahead and eliminate, because I don't need the total count of orders. So I would say directly join with the order items as OI, and I will directly join with the product table. Okay, so let's go ahead and see the result now. So we have done the join. Now we need to find out each product and their total profit, right? So to find the profit, see, this total sale is what? Price times quantity, right? This two multiply, like how many units are sold and what is each unit price. So that means we need to minus from this total sale is that COGS, like one product cost plus how many quantity is being sold, right? So same way we will find the profit. So I would first go ahead and say select the product. So I would say P dot product ID, and I'm going to say the product name. So that's going to be P dot product name. Okay, now the profit function is going to be very simple. That's going to be the total sale minus the COGS. Okay, COGS times quantity, right? So the quantity is going to be quantity, that is coming from what? That is coming from OI table, and COGS is coming from product table. Okay, so I want to first do this. Okay, so this one I'm just going to save it as a profit. Now I need to do a group by first and second. That's how I will have each product and their profit. So it's a group by 1 and 2. Okay, let's run it. I will have each product and their total profit. So here I missed sum. I need to use a sum because I need aggregated profit, right? So one product may have different sales. So I have now each product and their profit. Now what I need is that I need to rank each product based on their profit margin. Okay, so you can see it here, based on their profit margin I need to rank that product. So for that I can simply use a rank functions called dense rank. Okay, and I would say over, and here I would just say order by what? Order by this profit. You cannot use the alias, so you need to use the whole column, and this is called as product ranking. Okay, let's go ahead and execute it. So each product, the product that has the highest profit will have the rank 1, the second product will have rank 2, and so on so on. So this is how we can see each product and their ranking. Now it says product we can rank based on their profit margin. So for the profit margin you can find out the profit margin. If you want to find out the profit margin, you can do that. So that's going to be kind of the total sale, I mean the profit, which is going to be this profit. Okay, now we can go ahead and say profit divided by the total sale. So that's going to be sum of the total sale. Okay, so this is as profit margin. Okay, I would just need to multiply with 100. So let's kind of run it, and we can see the result. We may have divisions error. So profit margin, you can see it here, we have the profit margin. Okay, so now we can use this profit margin columns to do this ranking. So for that we would just copy paste this profit margin from here, and I need to use it inside this dense rank for the order by. So it's going to be here. Okay, so let's put it here. Now I can use a one more new city, or I can put it here. Okay, so that's going to be as descending. Okay, now let's run it, and you will have the profit margin ranked. Okay, so I have done some mistakes. Let's kind of check. Okay, so here I would just need to put this inside a brackets, which is called this order by this to this. Okay, now if this doesn't work, then we will need to use one more CTE. So because of multiple calculations, this seems to be not working here. So for that, what we can do is that we can go ahead and save this data in a CTE and or maybe subquery. Okay, so we can remove this profit at the moment, and let's say we have each product and their profit margin, which is the percentage of the profit. You can see the highest profit margin is this. So I would just use this data in a subquery. So select everything from, and I would just go ahead and say select from this table st1. Okay, now I would just need to select what at the end. I would just need to select this product name, product ID, and product name. So that's going to be product ID, product name, and I would just need their profit margin. So now I can use this column, and I would just say this dense rank. Okay, dense rank over order by this profit margin descending. Now I can use this column name. Okay, and as product ranking. Okay, from where I'm getting, from the below query. Okay, so let's execute it. I see the product with the highest profit margin, which is this HP laptop, that's getting the rank 1, and Microsoft, this is getting rank 2. Okay, the list ranking, if you want to see, you can just see this. Okay, as soon as you scroll down, you will see the list ranking, or you can just do a order by. So some pet food, we have the less profit margin. Okay, so this is how we have solved the question number 12. Let's see the question number 13. So now we need to find out each product and number of time they are being returned. So for that, if you want to see, we have in the order table, we have something called order status, and we have something called order item. Okay, so in the order item and order status, let's see if we have return details in the order table. So would say distinct order status from orders. Okay, so you can see, yes, we have something called return. So let's see what we need. We need to display the return rate as percentage of total unit sold. So we need to find out each product the total sold, and then we need to find out this return percentage. Okay, percentage of total unit sold for each product. So for that, we will again do a join between all of this table. So I will just need the product table and the order item table. Okay, I would also need to join with, I would join this product table and the order item table, same join what I have done earlier. Okay, I don't need this dense ranking now. I have the product ID. Let's go ahead and kind of use this join. Let's go ahead and use this join, the join I have done earlier. So I need the product informations, and here I need to find out the total return, right? Each product that has done. So I have joined with the order item, and I have joined with this simple. Okay, let me just select everything for now. So I have just joined these two tables. What I need to find out, display the return as a percentage of total unit sold for each product. Okay, now we need to find out for each product what is the total sale, right? So for that, I would just say product name and product ID, and I can simply use a count here, count of star, and I can do a group by 1 and 2. Okay, so for each product I will have the total quantity sold. So let's go ahead and group by 1 and 2. So syntax error, so there is a mistakes, I cannot select everything. So each product I have the total orders that is being sold, you can see it here. Now that is fine. Next, what you need, right? So we need to find out for each product what is the number of return, right? So for that we can simply use a different approach here. Now this is, I'm going to save it as like total unit sold. Okay, simple group by the product. Now I need to find out for each product what is the number of returns. So for that I can simply use something called case statement here. Okay, but I will need to connect with the order table first. So for that I would just go ahead and say that here join, because in the order table I have the status, right? So join, oops, not here. After this join, here I can join it with order table. So I can say join orders as O. Okay, and based on what conditions? Based on O dot order ID equals OI dot order ID, right? So both table has the order ID as a common column. Now what I need is that I will, once I do a join, I will have the order status as well, right? So I would now use a case statement. I would say case, and I would say when, and O dot order status. Okay, order status equals what? Return. We need to find out the total return, right? So return, then I just want to call it 1, else 0. Okay, so this is just going to count the total number of returns. I would just use as end, and I'm just going to outside I would just use the sum functions, and I'm going to name it call as total return. So simple case statement what I have used to get this only count for return, else I would just say 0. So I'm just using sum, so that's going to give the sum of all the 1. Now if I just run this query, I will have each product and the number of sale and the number of return. We can verify it. Okay, you see for this product there is four total return, and for this product there is a 16 return. So for this product there is only 10 return. So for this product, let's verify for this product. 477 is the product ID. So let's go ahead and say that select everything from orders. Okay, now order table doesn't have the product ID, so we need to do a join. So let's skip for now, but this is correct. Okay, you can see it here. So now what I need is that I need to find out the return percentage, right? So I have the return, I have the total orders. To find out the return percentage, it's going to be like something like this, like total orders, like total return divided by total orders times 100, right? For example, you have purchased 4 products from Amazon and you have returned 2, so your return percentage is going to be 50%, right? How do you find it? So total return divided by the total orders times 100. So that is what we have done. So this is going to be as a return percentage, right? So this is what we need to do. Now for that I can just go ahead and reuse this concept. So I have this is returning the total return, so I would just use it as a total return divided by this total orders. Okay, and I would say times 100 as return percentage. Okay, let's go ahead and see it now. So I'm getting a divisions error, so that is acceptable. I would just need to convert this result into numeric. So here I would say numeric, whatever I'm getting, converting that data types, and here also I would say numeric. Now I will have the result into percentage. Okay, so now you can see for each product we have their percentage of their being returned. Now we can use a group by, we can do a order by this. So for that I would say order by 5 descending. So the product with the highest return, you will see it here. Okay, so some product has the 100% return, you can see it here. Some product has 66%. Okay, so we have, this is the data, we have it here. So this is how we have solved question number 13. And let's see the question number 14. Identify inactive sellers. Okay, so we need to find out inactive sellers who haven't made any sales in last 6 months. So identify those sellers who have not done any sales in the last 6 months. So show the last sale date and the total sales from those sellers. Okay, now I can solve it using again subquery. Okay, so I can just go ahead and say select everything from sellers. Okay, where I would say seller ID not in, select seller ID from orders, where order date, okay, greater than equals to current date minus interval 6 month. Okay, see, if I just execute this, I will have all the seller ID where this date which is greater than 6 months. Let's just fix the typo error. So we're saying this, so current date. Okay, so current date is fine. I missed interval here, right? So I need to say interval. Yeah, I am entering interval. So what's the problem? Let's say again. So current date. Okay, current date I have used here. Current date does not exist. Okay, spelling mistake. Current date rent, no, it's just a current date. Let's see. Yeah, current date is working, so I'm just going to use the same thing here, which is called current date minus 6 month. I don't need this select statement. Let's see if this statement is working. So whenever you're using subquery, try to see if this initial query is working or not. Yes, I'm getting those sellers who has done sale in the last 6 months. Okay, now using not in, I am selecting those sellers who has not done any sales in the last 6 months. Okay, so this is how I got 2 sellers who has not done any sales in the last 6 months. So now we can run one more query to see if this seller has done any sale in the past. If they have done any sale, so what is their kind of latest sale? Okay, so for that I would just save this data in a CT. I would say call with sellers sellers of of like CT1, okay, something like it. So this seller has not done any sales in the last 6 months, okay. Seller not sale, and again you can make it really long, but I would just say CT1, okay. Use a command call this sellers has not done any sale in last 6 months, okay. So that is fine. Now I need to find out if the seller has ever done any sale. So for that I would first go ahead and save it as a inside the CTE, okay, this data, and I would just go ahead and initiate one more city here. So in this city I will try to see if this sellers has done any sale. So for that I would simply select everything from orders, okay. So everything from the orders table. So and I will see that if in case this seller, the seller ID that I will be getting from this city, if they have done any sale, so I would use a where, and I would say where what, where seller ID, okay, seller ID in. So seller ID in from where, so whatever the seller ID I will be getting from the CT1, so I would say CT1 of seller ID, okay. So from that seller ID I am getting the seller ID, and what I will do is that I will say and now here what I'm saying that select, I need to select the everything for example I need to select the seller ID, okay, from the order table, and I need to select maybe max, so that's going to give us the maximum latest sale, okay. So last sale date we need, and the total sale amount, right? So we need kind of max sale date, right? So max sale date and sale amount we again need to do join the order table. So for now let's see the max sale date, okay. So for the max sale date I can just go in the seller ID max sale date and join with what, so I would join with the CTE. So on what conditions, I'm just going to say on, so that's going to be this orders SO, and this which is going to be order SO, the city already I have it here, so I would say CT1 dot seller ID equals what, that's going to be this orders, right? So that O dot seller ID, so both have the seller ID common, right? So let's execute it and you will see the result. Let's see, I don't need this comma here, let's run it. Common reference seller ID is ambitious, yeah. So I need to say this seller ID is coming from where, this is coming from order table, and the sale date is coming from order table, okay. So I will have this sellers this latest date if in case if there is any. So I would say max of the sale date. Now I will need to do group by, right? Because I am saying a max or min, I need to do group by the seller ID. So that's fine, and let's run it. So max O of sale date doesn't exist, okay. Sale date doesn't exist, so for that again unfortunately I need to do a join with this the orders table, order item table, okay. So for that let's do a join here, okay. So I would say join orders, which is going to be order items as what, OI on O dot order ID equals OI dot order ID, okay. Join is done, so this is coming from OI, and I can also select like the max sale if in case if there is any max sale or maybe max total sale, okay. So as like latest sale and as latest sale date. So this is latest, or you can say last, and I would say last sale amount, okay, if any. But again that depends, if they do not have the sale we will not have it. So the sale date must does not exist. So sale date doesn't exist in this OI table. We need to verify it. So orders is O and order item is OI. So let's see what we have. Order date, I think we have something called order date, not the sale date in the column. So order date. Okay, and total sales is fine. This does exist. Let's run it. Why of order date also doesn't exist. What is happening? Let's check that column. Select everything from order items. Okay, so we are using here this date. Okay, so sorry, the date is going to be in the from the order table only, right? So from order table I'm getting the date, so and I'm saving it as a last sale date. Okay, and this max sale amount I'm getting from this call sale date. Okay, now let's go ahead and kind of run it. So seems like we do not have any of this seller has never done any sale. That's the reason we're not getting any report at the moment. Okay, because if in case they have not done any sale, we will not get the reports. Okay, so this is how we have solved the question number 15. Let's see the question number 16 now. So the question number 16 is going to be this, which is called identify the customers into returning or new. Okay, so it's one of again very useful problems. Let's see how we can solve it. So we will go ahead and say it says identify the customers into returning or new. If the customer has done more than 5 return, categorize them as a returning, otherwise they are new. So we need customers ID, customer name, total orders, total returns. Okay, so for this again we will need to join with the customers, so with orders and order item. So we will say everything from orders as O, and I would say join, and I would say join customers as C on, then I would say C dot customer ID, and I would say O dot customer ID, and I will do one more join with the order items. So I would say join order items as OI, and I would say join on OI dot order ID, because they have order ID common column, so order ID, and I would say O dot order ID. Okay, so based on this I have done the join, and what I now need is that the specific columns to solve these problems. Now in this order table I have something called status. From this status I will be able to find out this return, right, the number of return they have done. So very simple, I would just go ahead and say for each customers which I am getting from the customer first name and last name, so I would just use a concat here, and I would say that C dot customer first name. Okay, and I would just use a concat, so that's going to be space between first and last name, and C dot customer, I mean not customer, it's the last name, simple last name. Okay, here also I don't need customers, and I would just save it as a full name. Okay, customer's full name, C full name, and I need to find out the total kind of orders they have done. So that's going to be count of O dot order ID, and I need to find out the total return they have done. So that's going to be count of O dot, which is called return ID. Okay, or return ID or return date. So not return ID, but we can say that return date. So if in case they have any return date, that means the order is being returned. So if you want to see it here, now for that we will need to see the return status. We can say that based on this order status also we can check. Okay, if the order is being returned, so that means we will have in this order status we will have what, we will have something called return. Okay, so that approach we can use. So this count is going to give us the total as total orders. Okay, now what I next need is that I need their return status. Only I want to count for every customers where the return status is showing as a return. So for that I would again use the sum and the case functions. Okay, so I would say case when O dot order status equals return, then what I want 1, else I want 0. Okay, and the case, and I'm going to say as total return. Okay, so let's kind of run it. I need to just group by each customer's name, so that's going to be group by 1. Okay, so that I can have for each customer's number of orders and number of return they have done. Some typo error, so first name doesn't exist, which is not this. Okay, so you see each customers I have their total orders, total number of returns. So this customer has not done any returns. This customer's 11 orders, 0 returns, 195 orders, 0 returns, 105 orders, 105 returns, 15 orders. Okay, so on so on. So you will see the difference between 12 orders, no returns. Okay, so we need to find out those customers who has done more than 5 returns. If yes, then we want to categorize them as a returning, otherwise we want to categorize them as a new. So for that I can use here only, or I can create a new CTE to solve this problem. So I will be using a subquery here. Okay, I would say select everything from the below table. So I would just go ahead and say from here I would say select everything. Okay, now I just need to categorize each customer, so I would just use it here. I would say full name as customers, and I'm just going to say count how many kind of this total numbers we have. So I can go ahead and say here is that case, one more case here. Okay, case when this total return. Okay, so now I have a column called total return, so I can use this, right? Just total return. So I can say when this total return is greater than 5, then call this customers, okay, as what? Returning customers. Okay, otherwise else what? Else call them what? Else call them is new. Okay, so and end the case, and I'm going to name it call as like customers category. Okay, now I need to also return kind of what? The total orders, and I want to return call total return. Okay, total return comma. So let's now run it. So it is going to create kind of each customers in different categories. So full name doesn't exist. I would just need to check the spelling of this full name. So C full name, that's going to be C full name. Let's kind of run it. Now if you see this customer, Alright, let's see the question number 17. So the question number 17 says find out the customers by orders in each state. Okay, identify the top 5 customers with the highest number of orders for each state, and we need to find out this customer total sales for each customers. Okay, so for each states. So for that, if you see the database here, we need to find out the customers information which is coming here, and we have the state. So we need to find out each state and the top 5 customers. Okay, so for that we need to do join with this customers, and then we need to join with this orders, and then we need to join with the order items. So we will go ahead and we'll go ahead and do that. So first start with joining orders as O, and I would say join of which is called order item as OI, and I would say on, and both table has common column which is called OI dot order ID equals, I would say O dot order ID, and I would do join with customers as C, and I would say on, they have called C dot customer ID and O dot customer ID, because they both table have the customer ID as a common column. Okay, so now what I need is that from this join I would just go ahead and select everything for now to see if this join function is working. So yes, it's working, you can see. Now what I need for each customers, I need to find out for each state top 5 customers. Okay, so for that I first need to do a group by the state. So that is coming from this customer table, and I need to do a group by the customers, which is called C dot customers. Okay, and I need to find out the total orders, so that's going to be count of stars or count of O dot order ID as total orders. Okay, simple group by and join here. Okay, and I need to find out That is fine. Now include the number of orders and the total sales for each customer. So we need to find out the total sales. So that's going to be sum of total sale. Okay. And I'm going to save it as like total sales. So let's go ahead and execute it. So I need to just group by first and two. Okay. So I need to find out just top 5 inside each state. So for that I would just use a window function dense rank. So c dot customers doesn't exist, so customer name is the column name. We can use the customer name or the ID. So I have a distinguished name. So again, the customer first name or last name. So you can just say customer first name and last name. So for that I can just use this, which is called full name. That's going to be concat of this. Okay, so same approach we can use it here. Okay, so I would say concat of first name and last name and make it customer full name. So I would say customers. Okay, let's kind of see. So now you can see we have each states, customers, total orders, total sales. I will just need to kind of, here what I need to do is that I need to use the dense rank here to select the top 5 customers from each state. So I would say dense rank and I'm going to say over. Now here I would need to do a partitions by state, which is called c dot state, because in each state we want to select the top 5 customers. Okay, and I will need to do an order by this total sales. So we need to find out 5 customers with the highest number of orders. So total orders, I need to do order by in descending, and I'm going to say as rank. And if I just now run it, it's going to create a new window column which is called rank. And let's go ahead and see, we may have missed something. Dense rank partitions c dot count. Okay, I have missed here order by. So order by, let's run it now. I will have a ranking for each customers inside each states. Okay, so in each states you will see the ranking, and you can see each states and their ranking. Okay, I will just need to check if my partition by is working. Yes, partition by are working. So for this state you can see this customer got rank 1, rank 2, rank 2, rank 3. Okay, so in each state I need the top 5 customers. So for that again I can use a simple subquery here. So I would go ahead and say select everything from below table. So below table I can save in a T1 table, and I can go ahead and say as T1 where rank is less than equals to 5. Okay, rank is less than, not greater than, less than equals to 5. So I would have from each state top 5 customers. Okay, so we can do a order by, and you can see it here. So for California we have all these 5 customers, and there are more than 5 because there are 2 customers have the same number of orders. Now from each state we may have more than 5 customers, because if 2 customers has the same number of orders, you see these customers from California has 15 orders, they have rank 3. Okay, this customers has again 14 rank 4. Okay, so here 2 customers have the same ranking from Georgia, and they are getting rank 3. Okay, so this is how we have solved these questions using simple dense rank and group by. So the question number 18 says revenue by shipping providers. Calculate the total revenue landed by each shipping providers. Calculate the number of orders handled by average delivery time for each providers. Okay, so what we need to find out, first of all, each shipping providers, and we need to find out their total revenue. So shipping provider we need to do a group by, and we need to do a total revenue which we will be getting from the total order items table. Okay, so that is fine. Then we need to find out the number of orders handled. Then we need to find out each shipping providers and number of orders they have done, and average delivery time. Okay, so then we need to find out the delivery time as well. So a lot of things we need to do. Let's see the database for this. So you can see we have this order item here where we can have, so here you can see we have the order item here, we have the total price. So from here we will get the total price. Okay, once you have the total price, we will need to join this and this table, and then we will need to join with the shipping table. Okay, so once you join this 3 table, we can do a group by the shipping provider ID or shipping ID, like maybe the shipping provider. We can do a group by the shipping providers. Once you do a group by the shipping provider and shipping provider name, we will be able to count the number of orders they have kind of delivered. Okay, So we will just need to filter out the data where the delivery is successfully done. Once that is done, we can do a sum on this total sale. That is going to give us the total sale. Okay, so that is how we will have each shipping provider their total sale and the total order that they have handled. Okay, once that is done, then what you need to find out the shipping delivery time. So for that, we need to find out the shipping date and the delivery date. So we will check if there is any delivery date we have. If yes, then we will be able to find out the delivery time. Okay, then we will be able to find out the average delivery time. So approach is very simple. Join OI, order and shipping. Okay, then group by shipping provider ID or name. Okay, then sum of total sale and total orders. Okay, and then we'll try to see if we can find out the delivery times. Okay, so let's go ahead and say select everything from orders. Okay, let's do the same join we will do. So I'm just going to copy paste this informations from here, the join informations. So I would join this order table with order items, and here I don't need the customers, but I need this shipping. Okay, shippings as S. Okay, and shipping as small s, and the shipping table has something called order ID. Okay, so I would say o dot s dot order ID, and I would say that o dot order ID. If you want to check, so they have kind of order ID common. Okay, you can see just here. So once my join is done, I would just need to select everything to show you the data. Select everything. All right, now you can see I have now you can see I have each shipping providers and the informations here. Like I have the shipping providers. Okay, and the number of orders and number of everything I need, right? So here I can go ahead and say that simple that I need what shipping provider. So s dot shipping provider, then I need is that count of orders, so count of order ID. Okay, and I need is that sum of this OI dot total sale. Okay, this is like total sale, this is like order handle. Okay, so these two are done. Next what I need is that I need to see if in case we have any shipping date, we have the delivery date, so we can find out the difference between shipping date and the delivery date. So we need to find out the average shipping date and the delivery date difference. Okay, so let's first see these two things. Okay, then we will see the delivery and shipping date. I would just need to do a group by this one, which is called shipping providers. So I would say group by one. Okay, so let's go ahead and say shipping date. So shipping provider does not exist, so there's a typo. We need to check what is the spelling. So that's going to be maybe single p. Let's check. Let's check the spelling of the shipping table. So I would just go ahead and just select everything from shipping. Okay, so it's called shipping provider. Yeah, I'm just using the correct spelling. So let's kind of see again. So okay, here I have defined it as S, right? So I'm just going to say S dot, what I need is that shipping providers. Okay, kind of got it. So let's run it. Now we have order ID is need to select. Okay, so order ID is coming from O table, and rest everything looks fine. Let's kind of run it. Alright, so we have each shipping providers and number of orders they have handled and the total sales they have done. Okay, now what I need is that the shipping date and the delivery date difference. Okay, so we have seen that we have column called shipping date and the delivery date. If you want to check, you can check. So that's going to be, this is the return date, this is the shipping date. So we need to find out the difference between the return date minus shipping date, because return date is going to be later and the shipping date is the earlier one, right? So here what I can do is that I can go ahead and say that return date minus what, shipping date. Okay, so the return date is going to be something called s, shipping date is going to be s dot this. Okay, now this function I want to put inside this brackets, and outside I want to check average. Okay, this is going to be as average days that took to deliver it. So this is going to give us the average of this. Okay, now these functions may return null, so we need to deal with the using a coalesce functions. Let's see now. First of all, so you see the average is getting 10 for this, again 10 for this, we have null. So for that, maybe for FedEx we are not able to identify the days, so for that we can use a coalesce functions. Okay, so you can simply go ahead and say that if these functions return null, so you can use col esc, so that's going to be coalesce. So coalesce, and inside the coalesce you can say that if in case it return null, so we will replace with the 0. So let's check. You will see now the null is replaced with the 0. Okay, so for that we couldn't find out, maybe there is no shipping delivery date. Okay, alright, so that was question number 18. Let's see the question number 19 now. So this is our last question, then we will do a final question which is going to be our store procedures. So we are going to solve 20 questions so far, and let's go ahead and see the 19 says top 10 product with the highest decreasing revenue ratio compared to the last year, which is 2022, and current year, which is 2023. Okay, so we need to find out the top 10 product where the revenue has decreased compared to the last year, which is 2023. Okay, now what you need to find out is that challenge one, I need to return product ID, product name, category name, and 2022 revenue, 2023 revenue, and the ratio, decrease ratio, which you need to round the result. Okay, and this is how you find the ratio, current year sale, last year sale minus last year sale divided by last year sale into 100. This is how you find the decrease ratio. To solve it, first let's see the table that we need to join, like that from the database. So we first need to find out the decrease ratio. So we first need to join this order item and the order table. So for that I will have each product ID. Based on the product ID I can get the product name. Okay, so these three tables I will need to solve this problem. Okay, so for this I will simply start with writing my approach here. So first I would simply join that O and OI, which is called order item table, and then product table. Okay, once I do a join with the three table, I would just need to do a group by. I would just need to fill group by the data, which is called group by product ID, so that I can have a sum on this total sales. Okay, so that's going to be my total sale, which is my total revenue. Okay, so total sale, which is my revenue. Okay, now I would also need to filter the data for 2022. So filter 2022. So same thing I need to do for getting the data for 2023, which is my current year. 2022 is my last year. Okay, I'm going to store this data in a city and this data in another CTE. Then I would join both the CTE here. Okay, so join 1 and 2 based on this product ID, because the product ID will be available in both the table. And once I join this table, I will be able to find out the revenue difference, and I would be able to find out this revenue decrease ratio. Okay, so that is what my approach is going to be. So let's start with joining the table. So I would just use this whatever the join I have done here. So here I will just need to join, instead of this shipping table, here I'm going to join with product table. Okay, so products as P, and that's going to be product of product ID, which is P of product ID, and I would say that OI dot product ID, because in order item table we do have a product ID. Okay, so that's how I have done the join. Now I would just go ahead and just select everything to show you. Okay, let's select everything. Don't need group by now. Let's delete it. Now you can see for each product I have each and everything that I need, right? So next what I need is that I would just go ahead and select whatever I need. So I need that product name. Okay, and I need the product ID as well, because there could be two products with the same name. So product ID I need, and I need product name. They are coming from the product table. Okay, cool. So that is fine. Next, what I need is the sum on this revenue, which is called total sale. Okay, that's coming from which table, which is called OI table, order item table. Okay, and I'm just going to save it as like revenue. Okay, all right, so I will just need to do a group by 1 and 2. So that's how I get the revenue for each product. Okay, we can just check. So each product, and I have the revenue. Now in the order table, I do have something called date. So based on the date, I want to filter the data for 2022, which is my last year sale. Okay, so filter will come here using where conditions. I can say o dot order date equals, so here I need to select the 2022, right? 2022 or 2023. Let's select with the 2022. So from the order date, I would need to extract the year, right? So I would say extract year from order date, which is going to be 2022. Now you see the sale is now the figure 1,41,000. If I now run this query, you will see the sale would be much lesser. Okay, you see now the sale is only 13,000. Okay, so I'm getting 2022 result. I would need one more, which is 2023. Okay, so this is 2023 result. Okay, so 2023 results I have it here, and I have a 2022 results. So both the table has the product ID and product name is common. Okay, because we need to find out those product only where the revenue has a decrease, not increase. So let's save it as a CT equal with last year sale, and I would say S, and inside this parenthesis I'm going to store this last year sale, which is 2022, and I would just use a comma to create one more CTE, and this one I'm just going to say current year sale S, and inside this parenthesis I would store this current year sale. Okay, that is fine. Now let's see what else we need. So we need now from both the table we can join, right? This CTU is one table, this seed is another table. So I can just go ahead and say select everything, not everything, I just need some of the things. Okay, select from. So from the first table I'm going to select the product ID, let's see. So I would say product ID. Okay, now product ID is coming from which table? So I would say first of all I will do a join between these two tables. So last year table, so I would say last year as LS, and I would do a join, inner join, to ensure only I select those product which exist in both a table. So I would just join with the current year sales table, which is called CS. SCS. Okay, on what conditions? They both have this what, the product ID common, right? So I would say that on LS equals the product ID and equals CS dot product ID. Okay, so my join is done. Now I can select whatever the column I need. So the column I need is that maybe one of the table, which is called LS, because both table have the product ID. I would say LS of product ID, or maybe CS of product ID, what I need. And then I need the kind of this what call the difference between the last year and the current year, right? So for that I would simply remove, so I would simply say this revenue from minus, which is called last year. Okay, so I would say revenue of kind of current year. So that's going to be revenue of CS minus revenue of CS. So current year revenue, so CS dot revenue, which is my current year revenue, minus LS dot revenue. Okay, so you can see the LS is the last year, CS is the current year. So this is as like revenue difference. Okay, now that is fine. What else I need? I need to find out this revenue decrease ratio. So for the to get the revenue decrease ratio, what I will do is that I need to say current year revenue minus last year revenue divided by the last year revenue. Okay, times 100. So I get this revenue decrease ratio. So this is the formula for getting revenue decrease ratio. I would say revenue dec ratio. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of, now I need the last year revenue. So it's going to be last year revenue as let's keep some nice name, last year revenue, and I would need also current year revenue. So that's going to be CS revenue as current year revenue. Okay, give a comma here. Now almost everything is solved. Now one thing I need to ensure that I only select those product where this current year revenue is less compared to the last year revenue. So for that I'm just going to add a where conditions, and I'm going to say where this last year revenue must be greater, right? Last year revenue must be greater than this current year revenue, not this product but this last year revenue. Oops, last year revenue must be greater than what? The current year revenue, because only I need those products. So let's kind of execute it. So this is going to work fine. Perfect. So you can see now here we have the last year revenue which is 13,000. This current year revenue is like which is called 13,059, and current year revenue is which is called 11,000, and revenue difference we are getting in minus. So that is fine. We just need to replace the here we can just need to make some changes instead of getting the last year revenue. So what you need to do is that here we'll be saying that last year revenue, and from last year revenue we will minus the current year revenue. Okay, so that's current year revenue. Okay, so from last year I'm just minusing the current year revenue, and let's kind of execute it again. Alright, so now we have the positive result, and 13,000 was the last year revenue. Current year revenue is 11,000, so revenue has dropped 2,399 rupees, and revenue decrease ratio we can see this way. So this is not working, so we need to just make some adjustment here. We need to put this inside this square bracket, curly brackets, inside a parenthesis to ensure this execute first, and we'll use numeric here to ensure that divisions error are fixed here. Okay, so numeric, let's kind of execute it now. Okay, perfect. Now you can see here last year revenue was 13,000, current year revenue 11,000. That means 20% drop, which is 17% drop you can see. So this product 33,000, 18,000, 45% drop. Okay, so you can see it here. So now what I need is that 10 product with the highest revenue decrease ratio. Okay, so that is what I need, and I need to round the result. So to round the result, which is called this ratio, I can simply use a round functions here. So for that I would just go ahead and say round of this by 2. So that is going to round the result. Let's run everything by selecting it. So you can see it has rounded the result. I would just need to say order by the last column 1 2 3 4 5. So 5 in descending, and I need top 10, so limit 10. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it. So these are the top 10 product where the decrease ratio has happened highest percentage. You can see it here. So last year, current year almost same. So percentage showing 0. Okay, almost 0. So this is how we have solved these complicated problems. Now if you want to understand, I can explain it again, where you can see that I'm getting this last year revenue simple group by join and filter, which you can see it here. Same way I'm just copy pasting it, changing the year to 2023, then I'm just joining both the table and kind of calculating the last year revenue and the current year's revenue, and then I'm just getting this decrease ratio. So that is how we have solved the question number 19, which is the most complicated question and of the day. And next we have the last question, which is going to be our store procedures. Okay, so the problem says create a function as soon as the product is sold, the same quantity should reduce from the inventory table. After adding any sales record, it should update the stock in the inventory table automatically. So let's say if in case we have iPhone 15, and if in case we have 50 product in this stock, and let's say there is a sale for 45 unit, so that means the 45 unit should be reduced from the inventory table. So that is what we need to do. We need to create a store procedure that should update the inventory table stock for that specific product based on the entry in the sales table. Okay, so let's see first product table. To see, first of all, let's say one of the product details. So I would say select everything from products. So here you can see we have a product table, right? So let's note down two product information. So one is called product ID 1. So I would say product ID 1, and current stock we will see. So that's product ID 1, that is airport 3rd gen. So that's airport 3rd gen. Okay, and let's see the second product, maybe some other product that's going to be maybe the product id 2, that's again airport max. Okay, so product id 2 airport max. Okay, so these are the two product. We will try to kind of see what is the current stock we have for these two product. Okay, so for that we will go to inventory table, select everything from inventory tables. So let's see, for the product id 1 you can see we have 55 stock at the moment, so I'm just going to note it down, 55 stock. And for the second one, which is we have kind of 39 stock. Okay, 39 stock. Now let's understand how we can perform these operations. Now if you want to go back to the database, and if you see we have the inventory table here which has the product id, right? Now first of all, as soon as the sale take place, it's going to add a sales record that's going to have this order id, order date, customers id, order status, and the sale id. Okay, and same time it is going to add order items information, where it will add the order item id, order date, product id, quantity, price per unit, and total price. So these things would be updated based on the product that user has entered, and then it is going to update the inventory table. So these three things we will do. Okay, let's see how we can do it. So the syntax to create a store procedure is very simple. You need to just say create or replace procedures. Okay, so then you can give a name. So I'm going to name call add, or I would just say add sales. And now I need to give the parameters, like what are the things I'm going to accept from the users. To add a sales, what are the things I need? Okay, so I would define the parameters here. So and then you need to say, start with language. For Postgres SQL it is a mandatory, so you need to say language PL, that means procedural language PG SQL. Okay, procedural language PG SQL, which is Postgres SQL. Okay, then you need to say S and the delimiters. Okay, then we will have something called begin, and you will have something called end, and you need to give this in delimiters at the end as well. And before begin you can have declare. If you have a variable, you will declare it here. Okay, so all variable you will declare it here, and all code, all your code and logic you will put here, whatever the code you want. Okay, and then you need to end the statement. So every code must end with the semicolon. Okay, now the benefit of store procedures is that you can perform multiple transactions in one go. So first let's see step by step what are the things we want, right? So first, if in case we want to add a records in the sales table, so let's see what are the things we need. Okay, select everything from sales table. So in the sales table, if in case we want to add all the records, so that's going to be orders table. So let's see what are the things we need. So to add a record in the orders table, we need order ID. Okay, so we will need order ID. What we need order date. Okay, we need order date, and we need, which is called customer ID. So these are mandatory, right? We need customers ID, we need the seller ID. So these are the mandatory values that we will need, right? And then we will need the order status, which is not again mandatory. So let's say these are the mandatory things that we need. And if in case I want to add a record in the order status, order items table, let's see what are the things I need. So order items. So for the order items table, I will need order item ID. Okay, so I will need here is order item ID, what I need. Next, what I need is the order ID, which I will get from the previous here. And then I would need the product ID, which is the mandatory product ID. And then I would need the quantity, which is called quantity. Then I would need price per unit. So price per unit I will be getting from the product table based on the product ID. And the total sales, again I can mix like quantity and price. That's how I will be getting the total price. Okay, but these are the mandatory things that I will be needing. Okay, now if you see the inventory table, let's see what are the things we need for the inventory table, because we will need to update in all these three tables, right? So let's see in the inventory table what we need. Let me just select this. So this is called inventory table. What are the things we need? So inventory table, we need inventory ID, product ID, stock, and warehouse ID, and this last stock date. Okay, so warehouse ID and everything is not mandatory, but the inventory is mandatory, and also the product ID is mandatory. Okay, and last stock date is again not mandatory. Okay, so we will need all these things. So all these are going to be my parameters, so I will define all this parameter inside this. Okay, inside this parenthesis. So order id, I would say it is a int, and I would say that order date, so the order date I'm going to add automatically, so I'm not going to ask the users. Okay, all these parameters I would need to ask the user. So I would start with p. Customer's id I would ask from the users. Seller id I would ask from the users. Now also I will need this order item id, so that's going to be p underscore order item id. And I will need the product id, that's going to be p underscore product id. And I will need the quantity, so that's going to be p underscore quantity. So for all this column I will need to ask for their data types. Okay, so for customers id is going to be int, for seller id is going to be int, and for this order item id is going to be int, and for this product id is going to be int, quantity also is going to be int. Okay, now let's go ahead and start building a logic. We got all this thing that is needed. Understand what are the things we need. So as soon as user enter the product id, we will check if this product is available in the stock. Okay, so for that we will write a code here that's going to give us the product information. So would say select everything from products. Okay, so that means we are selecting everything from products, and where I would say product id equals what the user has entered. Okay, so this is going to check if the user has entered for product. If that product is available, I will have the product id here. Okay, now I would use a count functions here. Okay, for that what I would do is I would go ahead and say something like this, count of star. Okay, and I'm going to store that into something called into and v count. Okay, so this is going to give me the count if in case the user has entered for a product, let's say 1, and if we have that product available, so that is going to give us the count as 1. If in case that product is not available, we will have the outcome as a 0. So if you want to verify it, let's check for a product. Let's say user has entered for a product called 1, and that product we have available in the inventory. In the product table you can see it is showing as a 1. Now here we need to check in this inventory table, do we have the quantity left or not. Okay, so for that let me just say select everything from inventory. Okay, where the product id is 1. Let's see if in case we have any stock or not. So for now, if see we have one stock. Okay, that means it return one records. Okay, if you check for any product which not exists in the inventory table, you will see it is always going to return you null. That means the 0. If you just check the count now, so count is going to be 0. Okay, let's check. So you can see the count is 0 because the product doesn't exist. If you enter 1, the product exists, so count is 1. Okay, so this is what it is showing. Now let's start writing our logic here between this begin and end. Okay, so let's say as soon as user enter a product, we would check if that product has a sufficient stock, right? So for that what we will do is that we can simply use a select statement. We can say select, and we can go ahead and say select quantity. Okay, select star everything from inventory where product id equals whatever the user has entered. So whatever the product id user has entered, if you just run this query, it is going to return you the product if in case we have this product id in the inventory, right? So that's the one thing. Now let's say the user has entered 1. If you run it, you will see that we'll need to say product id. So product id in the inventory table. So yes, we have now whatever the stock, so we have 55 stock. So we need to add one more conditions here. We would say where the product id is this, and we will say n the stock must be what? The stock must be greater than or equals to what user has asked, right? So the user is going to ask for some quantity, so that's going to be this one. Okay, now if both the condition fulfill, then only you will have this return result which is 1 records. Okay, so we can say p quantity, let's say 55. Okay, if you run it, we do have a 55, then we will get the result. If in case user asks for 56, you will be getting no result at the moment. Okay, like 0. You can see if you use a count here, you can say count of star, you will see it is going to return you 0 because at the moment you do not have 56 stock left. That's the reason you are saying 0. So this logic I'm going to put here. Okay, so the logic I will put here is that here, so this is going to, this is, so I'm saying checking stock and product, stock and, so that is fine. Next what I need, I would just close it. So once I check it, okay, once I check it, I would need to store this data, I would need to store this data into a variable. So in the store procedures, whatever you do, you need to store the reports in the variables. You want to display those result, or you want to reuse those variables to something else. Okay, so for that I would say into, and I would store this data something called v count. Okay, this is my variable. So this variable I need to declare here. So I would say we count int. Okay, that is fine. So let's say if this result is more than 0, that means we will have the product, right? So for that what I want is that I would simply use if logic here. I would say if, and I'm going to say if this big count, okay, not here, but I would use it here. Okay, I would say if this big count is greater than 0, then I want to do something. Okay, what I want to do here, I would just go ahead and write that add sales and add into orders and order items table. Okay, these two things I want to do. And then what I want also, that update inventory. Okay, that is only if the condition is true. Now I would need to add a else logic. If this condition is not true, so I would just show a message called raise notice, which is going to print a message simple, something like thank you for your info, the product doesn't have, product is not available. Okay, you can say not available. So this is what we are saying, the product is not available at the moment. So this is fine. I need to close every statement using this semicolon. Okay, now here I need to write all this code, whatever I want to do. So first I want to insert a record into the orders table. So I would say insert into, and I'm going to say what, insert into orders. Now we need to see what are the columns we have. Now this code would come inside this if logic. So one indentation is to insert. So here I would say what are the columns we have in the order table. I need to check that. Okay, so for that let's go ahead and see what are the columns we have in the order table. So for that you can just go ahead and say it here. So if you see in the order table, we have all this column, right? Order ID, order date, customers ID, all these columns we need to select while inserting the records, right? So what I will say that if in case the product is available, if in case quantity is available, so I would enter into order ID. Okay, and I would enter into order date. Okay, and I would enter into customer ID. These are mandatory. So customer ID, I would add into seller ID. Okay, this is not mandatory, so I'm going to skip that. Okay, now how you edit, something called values. Okay, so here you define the values. So order ID is going to be what? So the user is going to enter the order ID, right? So I would say that order ID is, now the date is, I want to consider the current date, so I would say current date. Next what we need is this called customers ID. So customers ID, it's going to enter by the user ID. So user is going to enter the customers ID, and then we have something called seller ID. So user is also going to enter this seller ID. Next what I need is that I want to update the order items table as well. Okay, so for that I would again say insert into order items. Okay, so now what do you want to insert into the order items? So we would need to select those columns. So let's see what are the columns we have in the order items table. So let's run it. So if you see here, we have order item ID, which is going to enter by the user. You can see here. Okay, so let's first go ahead and say that we want is that order item ID, and next we want order ID. Next we want the product ID. Next we want the quantity. Okay, quantity. Okay, next we want the price. Okay, so the price per unit. So these are the column name, and we need the total sales. Okay, so total sale. Okay, so these are the column name, right? So we would need to add values to all of these columns. So I would say values. Now let's see what are the things we have already got it. So this is entered by the users. You can see it here. User has entered this order item. Okay. So we will go ahead and say that values inside the parenthesis. User has entered this. Now order ID we have already kind of got it from the user. So that's going to be here. Next what I need is that which is going to be product ID, that is also entered by the users. So we will go ahead and say that product ID that is entered by the users. Next we need the quantity which is entered by the users. So the quantity, this is entered by the users, like how many quantity they want to buy. So that is fine. Next we need the price per unit. So this price per unit I need to get from the product table based on the product ID that user has entered. Okay, so for that I am going to use here maybe one line more code. So that is going to give me the price for specific product. Okay, so I would go ahead and say select price from products where product ID equals whatever user has entered. Okay, so in the price table, in the product table, I do have the price. Based on this, the product ID that user has entered, I can get the price. Okay. All right, so once I have the price, I need to store this price into using into variables. So I would say v underscore price. Okay, so this price I need to declare as float. So the data type is going to be float. I'm expecting that. So everything that you do need to define the data types. Okay, so that is fine. Now what else we need? We got the price per unit. So this is going to be the price that we have got it from the product table. So this is the price. So in the product table, the column name is price. If you want to check, so we can go to the product table. So select everything from products table. So let's see the column name. Okay, so it's called price. Okay, so this price is the so this price I have got it, which is called v price, and I'm storing inside the v price variable, and this is I'm going to use it here. So I have the quantity which is entered by the users price. Next I need is that which is called price times quantity, right? So that's going to be net price. All right, so that is fine. So this is going to insert the record into our table which is called order list. Next what I need is that update statement that's going to update the inventory table. So I would say update inventory, and we would say set. So what you want to update is the stock, and what is the stock you want to update. So I would say current stock minus the quantity that user has asked. Okay, so that is going to be current stock minus quantity. Okay, based on the product that user had entered. So it's a product, so it's a product ID and what user has entered. Okay, so all this statement I will just need to close it. So this one I have closed, this one I have closed. So this is, I can just write some code here. I can say that updating, I would say that adding into order list. Here I would say updating inventory. Okay, based on the user has the product user has entered. So now I want to display a message called raise notice, and here I can print a message whatever the message I want to show. So I want to say thank you, product sale has been added, and also inventory stock updated. Okay, so here the product, I can showcase the product as well if in case I need. So I would just go ahead and say here I would just use this filler. So here I need to define this variable. So for that I need to get the product name. Let's say I want to show the product name. So for that, where I'm just querying the product price, here I can also query the product name. So that's going to be something called product. I'm going to save into b product. Okay, now this one I would need to define the data types. So varchar and 50 is the data type. So I would just close it. Now this product name I can show in my raise notice. Okay, using a comma. So this percentage sign is going to print this result. Okay, product name. And if in case this is not available, so we'll say thank you for your info, the product is not available. So the product, here I can use a filler, and here I can give a comma, and I can show the product. Okay, so that is it. Now let's go ahead and execute the query. So all this end statement I will just need to close it. So this is going to be the result. Okay, so this is going to be the result. So this product name I can show in my raise notice. Okay, so that is it. Now let's go ahead and execute the query. So all this end statement I will just need to close it. And so this statement, let's see if all the statements are closed or not. So we're saying okay, here we're using, so here we're using name and all their parameters. Then language declare, we have declared 3 variables, and we are checking the product. Here I need to close it, and we're checking the price from this product, and we're saying price from product, and okay, so here saying price from, I just need to delete this from here. So I am checking here the price, okay, and the product. So I would say what I need is that, what I'm checking is that here so here I'm checking price, what I need first thing. Next I need is the product name, okay. So I will just need to close it, these things. From where I would define it next time. So I'm storing into b price and b product, and I would say from products, right? From products say table based on the product ID user has entered, okay. Based on the product ID user had entered, so that's going to be p underscore product ID, okay. So this is fine. This is checking the product availability in the inventory, so that is here. So here we are checking the product availability in the inventory, and here I would just add this line, and here fetching product name and price, okay, based on product ID entered, okay. Alright, so this statement is closed. Let's see, count into, we count inventory, product ID, stock is kind of greater than equals to what user has entered. So this 56 I need to change it to the quantity user has entered, okay. So I would just change the quantity to what user has entered. So if that quantity is available, then we will be getting the result. And this product ID also I would need to change what the product ID user has entered, so that is going to be this parameters one, okay. So that is fine. Now next what I need is that based on this if logic, I'm saying if this b count is greater than 0, that means if the product is available, I want this code to be executed. So these codes are inside this if block. So you can see insert into orders data, which is all these columns, and we are adding the product order ID, when current date, customers ID, okay, sellers ID, okay, and then we are updating the order list, which is again all these columns, and values for all these columns 1 2 3 4 5 6. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, okay. Then updating the inventory, so stock, which is this, and the stock, we're changing the quantity to stock minus the quantity that it has asked. So where the product ID is product ID what user has entered, correct. So we are raising a raise notice, and raise notice even if it's not kind of executing, okay. So as soon as the user asks for a product, if the product doesn't exist and the stock doesn't exist, so it is automatically going to fall into this else logic. It's going to show this error message, and then it's going to end the case, and it's going to end this case statement, okay. So let's run it and let's create the case statement, okay. Select everything, click run, and there's a syntax error on the line 10. Let's check. So in the line 10 here I have a syntax error, so here I have added extra comma, that's the reason. So let's kind of execute it again. Okay, now you can see the store procedures created. If you want to verify it, you can just go to your database and you can go to this procedures. Here you will see the store procedures. Here you can see add sales store procedures is created, okay. These two store procedures I've created earlier. So let's kind of see. Now the store procedures name is add sale. So let's kind of copy the store procedure name, which is called add sales, and all these parameters user has to define, okay. Now the way you call it is this way. So if in case you want to call a store procedures, you just need to say something called call, okay, and the procedure name, and you need to give all these parameters. So these are very important, okay. So let's give some parameters. We want the parameters has to be inside this this parenthesis. So first parameters, the product ID, we want to give it as a 1, and let's give some other like customers ID. So I would just give it as a 2, Okay, now next let's give third parameters is going to be seller ID. I would again give like maybe 5. Okay, let's give again the order item ID. So this one I'm just going to give 25,000, and I would give the which is called next order item ID and the product ID. So the product ID I would give it like 1. Okay, so the order ID I'm just going to give 25,000. Okay, order item ID I'm going to give to 25,001, and then I have the product ID which is 1. The quantity we need 45, okay, or maybe 40. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 parameters, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so this is the order ID, this is the customer's ID, this is the seller ID, this is the which is called the order item ID, and this is called the product ID which is 1, and this is 40 which is the quantity. Okay, so let's execute this now. Just close this statement and run this query, and you will see an error message. Okay, perfect. Now you can see here it says thank you product Apple Airport 3rd Gen sales has been added into inventory stock updates. Okay, so whatever the message I have displayed, now even you can modify this message based on your requirement. Now if I execute it one more time, you will see I will be getting error because now I'm getting error. I'm saying thank you for your info, product Apple Airport 3rd Gen is not available. Why? Let's see. So if you now see, I hope you remember earlier I have noted down the quantity stock remaining. Okay, let's see. So now let's see the quantity stock remaining at the moment. So you see now for the iPhone, if you see the iPhone would be here. So let's see the product ID. Now for the product ID you will see I don't see it here, but I can go ahead and say where, and I would go ahead and say where this product ID equals 1. Let's see how many stocks we have now. You see now we have 15 stock. Okay, we have 15 stock left, and we are asking for how many stock? We are asking for again another 30 stock. Okay, so that's the reason I'm getting error. So I am asking for another 30 stock, so that's where I am getting the error. Okay, so if in case you want to fix it, so you can just maybe ask for maybe less. Let's say I ask for only 14 because I have 15 at the moment, and I would just need to change this order ID to maybe something called 2, and here I would need to change something called maybe 3. Okay, let's now run it. You see again has been added, and then sale is done successfully. Even now if I want one more, even if I change this, okay, it's not going to give me, because here I am asking for one more, it's going to give me, but if I ask one more, it's again going to give me it's not available because at the moment it's 0. So this is how you can define store procedures, and you can take a different parameters based on your requirement, and you can solve different problems. All right, that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching the video till the end. Now I'm going to show you how you can publish this project in your GitHub. So let's go to GitHub and let's try to create a repository. So I'm going to GitHub, and if in case I want to publish a project, okay, so I would just need to go to GitHub. If you do not have an account, so just go to Google and just look for GitHub, and you will just click on sign up, join, and you can use your Google account to sign up. Once you sign up, just go to your profile, add your informations, and just you need to go to your repository. Okay, so for that you just need to click here repository. It's kind of creating a folder same as like you have Google Drive. It just this can be accessible by anyone, and you can view your code as well. So you can just click on new. Okay, and you can just give a name call, maybe anything, call Amazon project. So make sure this readme this is a public, so I'm just going to make it private for now, but you can make it public, and this readme is enabled. Once you do that, okay, just click on save, and your project is ready. So here you just need to copy paste the information. Now if you have purchased the dataset, I have provided this readme file. You can just recustomize it, so you will be getting everything that I have it here, which is called the Amazon USA project. So you can just click on this edit, and you can just copy paste everything from here, and if you just go here, you can just copy paste everything. Okay, next what you just need to do, let me just save it, and next what you need to do is that you simply need to add your question, and you can remodify this text if in case you want to make some changes, and you can add your questions and your solutions. So let me show you how you can add your questions and solutions. So let's say you want to add a questions here. Let's say we have this identifying business problems. So here, let's say, and solutions, let's say here I want to add a specific question. Okay, let's say for the store procedures. So for that, I can simply go to this code, which is the store procedures problem. So like this one, we have created a store procedures, which is here. Let's first copy this question. So paste the question here, and we will be adding this solution that we have written. So from here to the end. So okay, now we will edit here. So what you need to just do to make sure this is the GitHub knows this is a code, you need to add backticks. Okay, so for that there is a backtick signs you will see on the keyboard, the escape button. So you need to press shift and escape button, so you will see this sign. Okay, this is called backticks. So this backticks you need to use 3 times. Okay, so first you will just use starting 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, and then you need to write SQL. And because from wherever it is starting, in that place you need to write. So let's say our code is starting from somewhere here. Let's see from where it is starting. So our procedure is starting from here, right? So we are creating procedures here, backtick 3 times, and I just need to write here something called SQL. Okay, and wherever the code is ending, so I need to again write there is also SQL. So here backtick 3 times, I don't need to write SQL, I just need to click on save. Okay, as soon as I click on save, and you will see that this code is going to convert into a snippet. Okay, so now you can see this is the code that has converted automatically without kind of adding a screenshot or anything. Okay, now if in case you want to add a photo, so for that you just need to use a HTML tag. So you can see here, you can use any link, you can upload the photo in your same GitHub repository, copy the link, and simply use something like this, which is square brackets, and inside this parenthesis you just put your link. Okay, so that is how you add your photo. Now you can add your question, now you can add your data cleaning step, and you can add your questions based on the data set, based on your findings. Okay, I have already added 20 questions, which you can include from this as well also, or you can do your analysis based on this data set, and you can add your question, you can showcase your code here. You can make a PPT as well, where you can again showcase the questions and the way you have. Now this is how you can publish your project. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching the video till the end. If you really like this content, do subscribe to my channel, and do let me know your suggestions in the comment box. Have a good day, take care, bye bye.